Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? The people is misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E.
I object.
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
All right, welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy afternoon. Let's see. Okay. I see people saying about changing answers. Only your first guess counts. We have a log of everything, so you can change your answers all you want, but only the first one counts. Like, you get one guess, it has three. You get one submission, it has three guesses on it. If you only did one, you can go back and change it. We can see, even if you change that first one, you get a total of 3 on that one submission. Anything beyond that wouldn't count. That wouldn't be fair. So, Lois, I have submitted the winning number, getting my acceptance speech ready. That's awesome. You know what I didn't do? I didn't get Greeners on here. Let's see. And finally there. Well, we'll use this one because it was nearly the first message. There we go. Greeners first in chat nearly got the first in chat and a super chat at the same time. But Britta Aller came in and I think spoiled his day by barely beating his super chat with a second comment. Greeners, congratulations and thank you very much for your generosity. The internet, my friend, is all yours all afternoon. It was so close, Screeners. One day you're going to get it. Since when has fairness mattered in this contest? It's funny. All right. We try to keep it fair so everyone has an equal chance of winning. But I don't know. When Amber tells me that new guesses are not coming in anymore, by new guesses they're entries by people who have not guessed before. We're gonna wrap it up and we'll announce a winner. Alice, I can tell you you're a little low, but I can only say that because I've already told you guys that this machine right here, just this one, has 211 buttons. So that's the only, that's not really a hint. All right, when is she going to testify? Maybe today. We might get there. Let's see, where is... Okay, there we go. It's always a little bit of a circus around here. Good grief. Okay. Can mods get 2 times the chances for a total of 6? Nope. Everyone's eligible except for me, anyone in my family, and Amber. Sorry, Amber. You volunteered, which exempts you from that. Amber's also the only other person I think who has physically been in my studio other than my family. So there's that. All right. I think I'm the minority because I did not like the main defense attorney. Oh, I don't want to spend any time with him, but I would rather have an attorney that has a lot of personality than have a very dry case. Let's see. I did not, over the weekend, I did not go to Jimmy John's and buy the 50-cent day-old bread. I need to do that. Lacey, we've heard that people say she's going to testify. I have not heard that for sure, but they did, I think, do a colloquy on Thursday about that. So there's a possibility. I think she might. I think it could help her. I don't think there's enough to, I don't know. I think it could help her. If she comes across as very believable. But the problem is she doesn't appear to be very sad that he passed away. And that doesn't help her very much. They're too good to go. I heard that Jersey Mike sells their day-old bread for really cheap. I need to do that. It was a busy weekend. I was working on the remodel. Had some other stuff going on as well. But loads of emails. Updates in the Maya trial. Wow. Motion for extension of time. This is the email telling me I'm on the wait list for the software and the hardware that I want so desperately to get. Oh, hang on. You're on the wait list. We'll gradually be inviting users to join the beta. You can check your place in line by clicking on the button below. Want to move up the queue? Simply invite your friends to join by sharing your referral link below. Friends! I don't know how many of you are really anxious to get in on the Hive beta. It's done by the company that makes my pan-tilt zoom cameras. It's legitimate, but if you're interested, I can send you a link. It's the idea is a web page. I could give you a web page where you could literally see all my cameras and control my cameras from anywhere in the world, and the other side of that is I can control my cameras no matter where in the world they are. And so the idea to send out cameras to courthouses, even if it's an outside camera or whatever, where they could just plug it in and I would be able to use it. That excites me. All right. Josh, I still need to do that. I'm trying to bite the bullet and look at I'm trying to make sure all my costs are covered for the upcoming cases so I can afford to buy you some gear. That's where I'm at. All right. Brady says not super excited, but would sign up if that helps you. I'm number 1,988 on the list right now, and I'm fine. It's going to come out. Right now, all that does is let me get in on the testing side before they actually launch. They've said they're going to launch it this spring. So it's in the next couple months it comes out. I don't need it urgently right now. It would just be really fun. So, all right, let's go to court because that's what we're here for. And it looks like we've still got a little bit of a break. They've got just about 4 minutes or so before they're going to be back and I caught part of this. I haven't seen all of it, Kim. Lawyer and Rob together talking about the Maya trial. I caught some bits and pieces. I need to sit down and watch the whole thing when I've got a little bit more time. But that's awesome. Two great lawyers. A privilege to know both of them through this wonderful world of YouTube. I've been on with both now. I've been on with Rob and I've been on with Peter, which was awesome. Both times, both of them. It's really cool. All right. Let's see. Which one do you like better? I would say Peter is phenomenal as somebody who understands the YouTube side of things and how to do things. That way, as far as layout, thumbnails, consistency, he's got some great things that I've learned from his channel. He's actually the reason why Mrs. R.A. said it was okay if I do YouTube. And then Rob, on the other hand, has been an incredible mentor on the backside with some of the things that aren't just as apparent as, on the surface of the channel, giving me good advice through starting here and just being a great friend that way. So. Okay. Had EDB on as well. That's awesome. I did not go to the post office. I still have all these letters to send. The people who are still expecting letters: Laura, Betsy, Sitha, Emily, and Debbie. All the rest are gone. Is there something waiting for me at the post office? Is that what you're asking? It wasn't there on Saturday. Anyone else getting an ad for those horse blankets? I don't know what algorithm got that on my feed. It must have been the last guy, the little case we watched. I think he was wearing a horse blanket, multicolored horse blanket. It was beautiful. It was delivered yesterday. Oh, I have to get there. I have to get there then. I will go check it out, Paula Mac. Thank you very much. It's all good. It says, if I send a stamped envelope, can I get a sticker? Yes. I have some stickers left. I can do it until I run out of stickers. So we've sent out, I think we've sent out 150 or so stickers, and I've got some left. For those of you who have sent in for a sticker, how much should I send for one? Just send a stamped self-addressed envelope. Just like a regular envelope with one stamp on it, with your address on it. And I'll stick the sticker in, seal it up, and mail it off. I took the easy route. I don't pick favorites. All right. Do we get COG yet? I've got it recorded but not loaded yet. So I'm still working on that. Debbie, no triples right now. I can send you another one, Super T. That way the sticker will be a surprise when you finally do move. You'll be like, hey, free sticker. If I send a self-addressed stamped envelope and you're out of stickers, am I the first one in line for next giveaway? No, I'd probably just get more stickers is what I'd do. All right. We are getting set to begin. I think I can do replay now. I think I've got my replay working. No. Huh. I don't know why it's not working. No replay. All right, let's get ready for court with our overlay and our counter, because we should be back any moment now. The judge is a few minutes late. We'll forgive him. He's probably ordering some or having a nice slice of pizza with the jury. Or he's probably eating leftover jury pizza. Up to 112 objections. I hadn't had very many today. I think we started at 106. So just 6 objections so far. We won't start any new ones until this case is over. I'm coming up with the next contest so I can know the answer first over Amber. No changing button guesses. You only get one form for submission with 3 guesses. Do not go ahead and change your guesses. Only your first 3 guesses count. One thing I like about this this software I'm looking for. Let's see. Hang on. Copy. Is it might replace StreamYard for me. So if you're interested in I'll warn you, if you're not interested in cameras or tech or YouTube or something like that, I will tell you right now, this is not for you. If you're not techie or have interest in that area, you might not even be able to find what you're looking for. But this is my referral code, which may get us both into the test a little faster. But why does it say Hive Beat? Should say beta. It tried to correct, or maybe I typed that wrong. Hive beta. There we go. Now I spelled it right. So that's it. Love the clock. It's looking good. I like that it's got, what is that, the thermometer? Looks like it is a nice and cozy 70, I don't know, 68 degrees in the courtroom. 68. Humidity is sitting at, looks like 30% and holding. That's a nice clock. It's like a weather clock. Thomas, where's Thomas? Would he approve? Got a thermostat and humidity readout right there. The 4 and the 8 are cut off. Yeah, they're covered. Angelique, that link goes to PTZ Optics website, and on that page there's a sign up for the beta button, and you would click that. But let me see if it's taken a while. If that link doesn't give a hint on buttons, I'm not pressing. You're good. Don't go there. What are your thoughts on whether the state has proven it could have only been Natalie and not partly her husband's own bad health? I'm not guilty yet. Laurie, I'm with you. I don't think they've proven it beyond reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is that he was taking stuff that caused this, or possibly that he injected it himself. In his back? I don't know. There were no injection sites, right? There's some nice cameras. I have right now the Move SE30X, which I love, pan tilt zoom. I'll be getting some of the box cameras as well. And maybe another pan tilt zoom. All in good time. Those insulin needles are tiny. Songbits, we haven't revealed the button count yet. We are, golly gee. We are. We're just waiting for the pizza to get finished and the jury to come back. I think it's more likely than not that she killed him. That's where I'm sitting. Link to the button count is right here. Yeah, we worked long days. We did two a days until we got up. Plus, they didn't hold court on Friday. That helped us as well. On that, Angelique, on that page that the link goes to, if you scroll down until you see the button that says join the wait list, you joining the wait list moves me up. I don't know how that works, but apparently it does. Warrior Queen, I like the job that the attorneys are doing. I like that they're fighting hard for their client, but sometimes it does seem a little bit slimy the way they're doing it. Okay. The fun fact, this software that I'm hoping to get in on really quickly was the Product of the Year winner last year at the North American Broadcasters Show in Las Vegas. I think it was Las Vegas. Katsy, so happy to be part of the RA community. Katsy, 12 months. 12 months. That is awesome. Congratulations on the Orange Courthouse. I heard on Thursday they had like 3 witnesses for today. I'm not sure if that's all they're going to have today or we have more days, but I think we are ahead of schedule. I would not be surprised if we wrap things up and go to verdict watch in the next 24 hours for sure. Here we go.
All right, are there matters to take up at this time?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you. Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, bring in the jury, please, bailiff.
That reminds me of that song every time. Bring in the jury, please, bailiff. I have to write that one.
Bring the jury.
The pizza is going to be the first question the judge has. How'd you like lunch? It's good pizza. Liz, thanks for the kind words. We love that you're here as well. It's hard to separate a jury from their pizza. I was using the tune from Tom Dooley. Wasn't that Smothers Brothers that sang that? Can't remember the artist. Kingston Trio. Oh, that's it.
All right, we continue with the defense case in chief. You may call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Dr. Zachary Halsey.
Another expert. Please don't be over Zoom. Please, please, please. This is the one we called over and over, right? The one that was on the phone, or was that someone else? He looks a little antsy, tapping the podium, the lectern. Here comes the doc. We're in a nice, what is that, a quarter zip?
Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. You may have a seat right there.
Good afternoon, Dr. Halsey. As you probably know, I'm Stanley Selda. I'm one of the co-counsel for the defendant, Natalie Cochran.
Could you start and spell your name?
First of all, what is your full name, and would you please spell it for the clerk?
Zachary Tyler Halsey, Z-A-C-H-A-R-Y, and then Halsey is H-A-L-S-E-Y.
Got a WVU shirt on.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by Access Health in Daniels.
How long have you worked there?
Approximately 10 and a half years.
What's your title?
Family physician.
Are you licensed in the state of West Virginia as a family physician?
Yes.
Approximately how long have you been licensed as a family physician?
Approximately 7 years, plus then 3 more for training, so roughly the 10 years.
That's fine. Do you have any certification as a family practitioner?
Yes, through the American College of Osteopathic Family Physicians.
And briefly, what's your training as a family physician? Briefly.
So I had 3 years of family practice training also at Access Health.
Okay. Are you familiar with Natalie Cochran as a pharmacist?
Yes.
And how do you know her as a pharmacist?
She also worked for Access Health as well as gave lectures occasionally for the residency program.
Okay. And if you would speak up a little bit, I'm having a little trouble hearing you. And speak into the microphone.
Sure.
Thank you. Approximately how much contact did you have with Natalie Cochran in her capacity as a pharmacist at Access Health?
Approximately 10 to 15 times, probably, somewhere like that.
Okay. And over what period of time did that occur?
4 to 5 years. I don't remember when the exact end of the work part was.
Do you know how long Natalie Cochran worked at Access Health as a pharmacist?
I do not know.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to February 5th of 2019.
Okay.
And I will inform you and everybody else that was the day before Michael Cochran's collapse. Okay?
Sure.
Did you have occasion to see or treat Natalie Cochran on February 5th of 2019?
Yes.
Did she make an appointment?
Yes.
Why did she make an appointment with your office?
On that day, she was having some flu-like symptoms, cough, congestion, shortness of breath, things like that.
Did she complain of body aches?
Yes.
Did you test her for flu and possibly strep?
Yes.
Do you recall what those results were?
Those were negative.
Okay. And that doesn't positively rule out those ailments. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you give her a shot or a prescription on February 5th of 2019?
No, not on the 5th.
Okay. Did you at that day or the next day give her a steroid burst shot for inflammation and other symptoms that she was expressing to you?
It was an oral steroid, but yes, on the 5th.
Okay. Does possibly that a steroid increase the body's blood sugar?
Yes.
As a physician, would it be advisable for Natalie Cochran to take insulin to lower her blood sugar if that was the case?
It is possible to take insulin to lower blood sugar, yes.
Okay. And just to sum up, on the 5th, February 5th, 2019, she simply didn't feel well.
Correct.
Okay. I call your attention to February 6th, 2019, the next day, and that was the day of Michael Cochran's collapse. Okay?
Okay.
Did Natalie Cochran, on that day, make an appointment and come into Access Health?
Yes.
Why?
On that day, she had been having some nausea and vomiting overnight.
Okay. Was she still complaining of the previous symptoms?
Yes, they were still present.
Was she, or did she ask for, or was she retested again for the flu?
Yes, she was.
And again, what were the results?
It was also negative at that time.
Okay. And again, that doesn't absolutely prove she had the flu. It's a test to indicate that.
Sure.
Okay.
So she went to the doctor but didn't ask for insulin. She would have just got it herself.
On February 6, 2019, what treatment was she given that day?
On that day, she was given an injection of promethazine as well as a prescription for oral promethazine.
What's promethazine for? What's it used for?
It is for nausea.
According to your recollection, what time did she come in on February 6th, and approximately what time did she leave?
It was approximately, somewhere between 8 and 8:30 that she was there, and left, probably around 9:30 to 10, somewhere through there.
Okay. Was she there in the early morning for when you opened up?
Yes, so we open at 8 o'clock.
Okay. Now, on these 2 days, did you have any reason to doubt Natalie Cochran's sincerity about being sick?
No.
Did you conclude that she was sick?
I felt like she was sick at that time, yes.
Okay. And as a licensed family physician, if you didn't think she was sick, you wouldn't have prescribed or given her promethazine, right?
Correct.
Because you don't give medication to people that aren't sick or you think they're sick.
Right.
Okay. Now, is one of the side effects of promethazine sleepiness?
It can, yes.
Given that promethazine can cause sleepiness, given Natalie's symptoms and complaints, would you deem it advisable for her to travel, say on a plane, go to meetings with bankers, etc. Don't know how long they're going to last. Or would it be more advisable, or would you recommend that she go home and go to bed?
Complex question.
I would certainly say if you're not feeling well, especially with vomiting, to go home and stay in bed.
Now I'd like to kind of change things up a little bit. Did you ever treat or have Gavin Davis as your patient?
Yes.
Did you know that Gavin Davis had an insulin pump for his diabetes type 1 disease?
Yes.
How does an insulin pump work?
So it will secrete insulin based upon the body's needs of how much glucose is in the body.
Is it possible that an insulin pump can run out of the insulin in it or malfunction?
Yes.
How do you fill an insulin pump? Can it be one of two ways? You attach a vial of insulin to it, or you directly inject the insulin?
Yes, that's accurate.
What type of insulin was Gavin Davis's pump filled with?
His was rapid-acting insulin. I believe it was Humalog.
Okay. Humalog Lispro insulin, right?
Yes.
Okay. Once Humalog insulin enters the body, either by the pump or by injection, how long does it take it to start to work?
Approximately 15 minutes or so.
Okay. How long is it active or working in the body after it's introduced?
4 to 6 hours, somewhere through there.
Were you aware that Natalie Cochran was a diabetic specialist?
Yes, she was in that role with Access Health.
Okay. Did you know that the Davises, Gavin's parents, especially Jennifer, designated Natalie Cochran at one time as an emergency contact for Gavin if they couldn't be reached in an emergency?
No, I do not know that.
Would it be reasonable to have a backup supply of insulin if an insulin pump failed or needed refilling?
Yes.
Would it be reasonable if Natalie Cochran was a neighbor of the Davises and at one point an emergency contact for Gavin? Would it be reasonable that she keep a supply of Gavin's Humalog insulin at her home?
It would be reasonable if it was Gavin's, yes.
And would that be further reasonable if Gavin Davis often visited there or ate food at the Cochran's home?
It would be reasonable.
Now, a person afflicted with diabetes type 1, when they eat food, you have to carefully measure what food they're taking, carbohydrate intake, etc., so you can regulate the insulin to control the blood sugar that comes from their eating. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Now, is it your understanding that in a diabetic, insulin works to lower blood sugar?
Yes.
Because diabetics, most of them, don't process sugar like normal people. They have an excess of high blood sugar in their system. Is that
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
Does insulin work to lower blood sugar when it's introduced in the body?
Yes.
Many states it's illegal to be in possession of someone else's prescription. There are some exceptions, and you can, family member, things like that.
Now, wouldn't you believe that if a licensed pharmacist would have access to or be able to get insulin?
I think it would be reasonable that they would know how to get insulin, yes.
I need a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Is that all?
I believe that's the extent of my direct examination, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination, Mr. Truman.
A few questions, Doctor. There's been a lot of discussion about reasonableness of having Gavin Davis supplied with insulin at the defendant's house. And your answers were that would be reasonable. But if that wasn't the stated reason why that insulin was in the house, would that change your opinion as to how reasonable it would for a house that has non-diabetics?
Sure.
Okay. If you were shown a message from the defendant to Jennifer Davis saying she was going to borrow a bottle for her own treatment, would that change your opinion as to how reasonable it was to have insulin in her house?
Yes.
You were also the treating physician for Michael, or the primary care physician for Michael Cochran?
Yes, at one time.
Okay. You're aware of his allergies?
Yes.
And he was allergic to benzodiazepine?
I believe that was in the chart, yes.
Okay. And he was also allergic to some of the medication you gave to the defendant on February the 5th, right?
I believe so.
Now, the defense asked you about steroids and how that could increase blood glucose, and insulin would counteract that. And those were fair questions to ask.
Yes.
As her primary care physician, were you treating for any kind of cancer?
No.
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
I'm going to object. We're going to count that as number 113. As Natalie's doctor, were you treating for any cancer? Nope. That's a big old no. Now, is this objection because this is prior bad acts connected to? Was the cancer thing connected to? Well, it's connected to both. I think it was connected to the financial thing as well as this. I think we're going to get to hear about the cancer. So we can talk about the neighbor boy's type 1, but not about the defendant's cancer diagnosis or lack thereof.
Truman.
Doctor, as her primary care physician, were you ever treating her for cancer?
There it is.
No.
Did you try and
Overruled.
verify her statement to you that she was diagnosed at Duke by having cancer?
Technically, no.
Okay.
What?
When you say technically, go ahead and explain.
So we were trying to refer to Duke. It was, there was an office visit where cancer was discussed, and then we were trying to refer to Duke for that.
Did you ever get any results indicating that that was correct?
No.
So from your perspective, you were never able to verify the defendant's statements to you that she had been diagnosed with Duke with cancer?
Correct.
You tried, correct?
Yes.
And Duke provided you with nothing?
Right. We never got records from that. Nope.
Nope. Not going to ask that one.
Doctor, the defense asked you about February 6th, and I'd like this marked for identification, please.
He states Exhibit 33, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just found a great story for the podcast this week.
Dr. Haney, what's been marked for identification is states 33. Take a moment and glance at that for me, please. Doctor, what is states 33?
That is the visit from February the 6th.
Of 2019?
Yes.
And on the bottom of page 2, oh, I'm sorry, not the bottom.
Okay.
What does that indicate that you provided in the way of medication?
So that was the injection of promethazine as well as the oral tablets for promethazine.
So the defendant got an injection, and that was administered at your office on the morning of the 6th of February 2019, correct?
Correct.
But you sent her home with some tablets as well.
Yes.
Or, are they tablets or capsules? Or
the ones in the chart here says tablet, so
tablet.
They can come in both.
Okay. Doctor, if a patient was allergic to the particular substance that you'd been talking about, what would be the anticipated reaction?
It varies depending on the severity.
I'm going to object. I believe he needs to be more specific as to what substance he's referring to.
Fair enough. Hand you what's been marked as states 33 and call your attention again to the medications that day. Let's talk about the injection. That would have taken place in your office, correct?
Correct.
Now, the tablets that you sent out.
Yes.
That's, if an individual patient was allergic to that particular substance, what would you anticipate the reaction to be?
Again, depending on the severity, it can be as simple as upset stomach, rash, just feeling ill.
I'm objecting. And again, I believe we need to approach the bench.
Oh, wow. Well, then stand up and get up here. The judge does not want this one. He's like, really? More objections. The state has been able to really damage the credibility of the defense witnesses so far. And when they don't have much to go on, they need to put up a pretty stiff fight to that. The judge is over this. I'm surprised he didn't talk about pizza with the jury. Yeah, this is not an expert witness who's coming in here, pontificating on, what they've been able to surmise from reports.
Again, please, Mr.
This is someone
Truman.
with firsthand knowledge.
We were discussing the likely reaction from a physician's point of view to an allergy to the particular medication you prescribed that day. And you couldn't be specific, but you were telling us in general terms what you might anticipate.
Yes, it could be anything from just nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, things like that, all the way up to potentially anaphylaxis.
What's that?
So that is when essentially your throat starts to close, can't breathe, and can potentially be fatal if not treated.
In between those two extremes, would passing out be a possibility?
Unlikely to be a allergic reaction side effect there.
Okay. Move for States 33 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. States 33 will be admitted into evidence.
This is turning into a state's witness.
Indeed.
This is turning into a state's witness. The defense crafted some very narrow questions for this doctor about reasonableness, and defense just countered
Let's go back
with
to the
the
defendant
facts of the
in your
case.
treatment of her.
Changed his answers.
Review of her chart indicates you prescribed Xanax for her.
Yes.
What is that?
That is an anti-anxiety medication.
And part of the family known as what?
Benzodiazepine.
Ooh,
And in fact,
she's allergic
you
to.
had a prescription from just a few days before that for her, correct? For that?
If you say so.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't keep all your patient stuff in your head?
Not that far back.
If those records do reflect that she filled a prescription a very few days, early days of February 2019, you'd have no reason to doubt that.
I would not have reason to doubt that.
I think that's it. Doctor, thank you. The state has no additional questions. Dr. Halsey.
All right. Redirect Mr. Selden.
Could I take just a moment?
Yes.
The huddle before the redirect seems problematic to me.
One additional question while
Go
we're
ahead.
thinking about it. Did on February 6th of 2019, did you prescribe any medication for Michael Cochran, or was it just the defendant?
Just Ms. Cochran. I did not see Michael as a patient that day.
Thank you, Doctor.
Defense is doing some soul searching. Give them a minute. See what they come up with here.
So I guess from the cross-examination, you're familiar with Natalie Cochran's medical history.
Yes.
And the fact that she didn't have cancer? Or were you aware of?
Were you aware that
There it
Natalie
is.
Cochran had
There
a
it is.
history of heart problems and that she had heart surgery in September 2018 at CAMC?
I'm aware that's in the records, yes.
And the records reveal that she had a problem with the electrical impulses in her heart, that her heart beat too rapidly, and that was what caused her to have heart surgery. Is that correct?
I believe that to be correct.
Okay. Were you aware that Natalie Cochran... Oh, and let me ask you, when someone has heart surgery or they're going to undergo surgery, they do a vast number of laboratory tests prior to the surgery and even after surgery.
In general, yes.
Were you aware, or does it appear in Natalie Cochran's records, that CAMC had done lab tests in connection with the surgery that revealed that Natalie Cochran's white blood cell count was low? Do you have any knowledge of that, or does it appear in the records?
I don't have knowledge of that since that was prior to establishing with me, so I can't answer that.
So would you have any knowledge that as a result of those lab tests, Natalie Cochran was instructed to undergo further laboratory tests?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
That does not equal cancer, though.
Now, since the door's been opened and I feel the need, I have to go into it. I want to address Natalie Cochran's possibly having cancer, okay?
Okay.
Possibly. You use the term loosely.
Did Natalie Cochran make an appointment with you or your office at Access Health on January 15th of 2019, approximately a month before Michael Cochran's death?
Yes.
Did she make that appointment because she had some suspicions as to whether she may or may not have cancer?
My understanding was that she was told that she did have cancer and that we were trying to proceed with that.
Told by who?
And you don't know specifically who or what entity told her that, right?
Like a fortune teller or what?
In her appointment, did she tell you she had made an appointment with the Cleveland Clinic to discuss the possibility of her having cancer, and specifically leukemia, which is a low white blood cell count?
Yes, at the time we were advised about an appointment with Cleveland.
Okay. Did she formally ask you to refer her there, or did she just give an indication she'd already made an appointment?
Just an indication.
Did you discuss her symptoms and why she suspected she might have cancer?
We had talked about various symptoms at the time, yes.
Mm-hmm. And in those discussions, she told you that she was always sick, always tired. She had cough and congestion that went on for a long time. She had body aches and diarrhea and symptoms similar to that.
Yes.
Now, did she call your office the next day, January 16th of 2019? Did she call or make contact with your office?
I believe that was the case, yes.
Okay. And in that discussion, Natalie said that she had to cancel her appointment with the Cleveland Clinic because of insurance problems and coverage and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
So subsequently, because she didn't actually was seen at the Cleveland Clinic, you don't have any records from the Cleveland Clinic, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Did Natalie ask for and did you give her a referral to Duke University for possible further cancer diagnosis and or treatment?
Yes.
Do your records reflect, or do you have any knowledge, that Natalie Cochran was on a waiting list to actually confer with the oncology department at Duke University?
I would be unaware of that.
Okay. Were you aware that she and Michael Cochran drove down to Duke University to go through the emergency department because it was so long for her to get to the oncology department?
I do know that there was an ER appointment at that time.
Okay. Did you receive or get any records from Duke University?
Just from that ER appointment, and I think there may be some cardiology appointments in there too.
Okay. Now, because of Michael Cochran's subsequent death in February of 2019, the investigation into the fraudulent schemes and Natalie Cochran having problems from that, we don't know at this point whether or not Natalie Cochran indeed has cancer. Isn't that correct?
That's fair.
A moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Wouldn't she be treated for it while she's in custody then?
Let me see. Now, isn't it also true that Natalie Cochran left your care in March of 2019, so you don't have any further knowledge of her care, treatment, etc.?
Correct.
A moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
The prosecutor asked you about Michael Cochran's supposed allergies, and you don't know from your review of those records whether those were actual allergies or side effects of medications. Isn't that correct?
That's true. Yeah. I wouldn't have put the, I believe those were put in prior So I don't know what the reaction that he may have had with this was.
If you call it supposed allergies for him, we need to say supposed cancer for her. Nope, that's all. You're done.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Further questions, Mr. Truman?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
As Michael Cochran's primary care physician, you never treated him for diabetes, did you?
No.
Because he didn't have diabetes.
True.
You never prescribed insulin because he didn't need insulin.
True.
Back to the defendant for a moment. Any information that you have as her primary care physician was only what she told you in terms of cancer, correct?
Correct.
And you made efforts to refer her to Duke, correct?
Correct.
Ask this be marked as 34, please.
State's Exhibit 34, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Whoops.
Whoops. Those are things you don't want your lawyer or your doctor to say. Whoops. Or your hairstylist. Yeah.
Dr. Haydenwood's been marked for identification as stage 34. Take a look at that, please.
Okay.
And in there it addresses your attempt to refer to a specialist, which was Duke, for the defendant's alleged cancer.
Correct.
What'd they tell you, Duke?
That if she did not have a diagnosis of CLL, that they would not see her.
And did they come up with a diagnosis of CLL?
I never received any records from Duke.
Move states 34 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It is admitted.
Doctor, thank you. State has no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to take possession of that station number 34.
Okay.
What did he find of the state's evidence? Is there something in there that would help defense? Did Natalie find it?
This document purports to be information about Natalie Cochran's referral to Duke University. Was that correct?
Correct. That would be a phone note.
What is CLL?
It's a form of leukemia.
Which can be indicated by a low white blood cell count. Isn't that correct?
It can be, yes.
Now, this document clearly says that someone from Duke University called, and I don't know if they called you or Natalie.
It would have been.
It just says they called and stated they don't have records backing the diagnosis for CLL, and they won't see her, right?
Correct. That would have been between the referral nurse and my nurse at the time. The referral would.
And because Natalie Cochran was investigating whether she had CLL or any other form of cancer, she would not be able to provide those records. Isn't that true?
That would be true.
Okay. She didn't get an appointment at the Cleveland Clinic for the reasons discussed. Now Duke is saying, we need records that show you've already been diagnosed with CLL
before we can
or
treat
we can't
you for
take
it.
you, right?
That's correct.
Right.
That's what the note says.
Oh my goodness.
And you didn't have any of those records which definitively would diagnose Natalie Cochran as having CLL, right?
Correct.
Because she's investigating, right?
Correct.
She's trying to see these people. They're telling her they can't see her in the oncology departments because they already need proof that she has CLL.
She wants to go to the specialist for treatment.
Yes.
Before she's been
Kind of a
diagnosed.
catch-22, isn't it?
That's medicine.
He's like, story of my life.
Anything, Mr. Truman?
Oh, unfortunately, I do.
Yes. It's going to be good.
Doctor, the circular logic of that is this. She told you the month before that Duke is who diagnosed her with that, didn't she?
I believe it was from CAMC, not Duke. Duke came later.
And you never got your records from CAMC either?
No.
Wouldn't a primary care physician be aware if his patient was being treated for cancer?
We would hope so. We don't, unfortunately, we don't always get records.
Don't always get records, but usually you would have something to indicate that your patient had cancer.
Generally, we would have those records.
Almost always, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Thanks, Doc.
Briefly.
Okay.
Here we go. Ping pong. We're fighting over the doctor.
You don't have anything in your records that says CAMC said she had CLL, just that she might have it because of her lowered white blood cell count. Isn't that right?
The only thing in the chart that I would have for that was the notes to my nurse and myself at the time during that first office visit.
So she self-reported.
Once again, I'm sorry to belabor the point. She suspects she has CLL because of conversations with CAMC or some other hospital or entity. She wants to be referred for further diagnosis as to whether she has it or not. Right?
She wants to be referred
So
for
I
treatment.
think the very first visit, she had already had apparently an appointment with Cleveland, so that didn't involve us. And that she was telling the nurse at the time that she was informed that she had CLL. That's what the
what
note
nurse
says.
informed of
My
you?
nurse at the time.
You don't know if Natalie said, I'm pretty sure I have CLL and I want to be further diagnosed or treated, right?
I can't remember the exact conversation. That was
okay.
So she could have said, I might have it.
Did you or anyone from Access Health or any of these other entities, especially Duke, contact CAMC to get the lab results that indicated to Natalie Cochran she might have CLL?
I know that we would have. I can't speak for other entities, but I'm sure that we would have tried to get the documents from them.
But you didn't get them?
Correct.
Because they didn't exist.
Just a moment.
MCAT, congratulations. 24 months. still blows my mind. Thank you so much, MCAT. Appreciate your support.
Now I need to get States 34 again.
Very well.
He's going to belabor the point once again. Isn't it possible that she might have said, I think I might have it? Ask her kids. Do they remember mom saying, I have cancer?
And I need just a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Take your time. Any moment now, he's going to pull out that pocket square and dab his brow with the kerchief. It's not. What was that?
At the bottom of this document. And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Brother and sister have changed places. I heard somebody's tummy rumble. I had leftover hamburger stroganoff for lunch. I'm full. It was not mine. I made it last night. Someone didn't get pizza.
I'm showing you what the market states, number 34. Now, right under here, at the bottom.
Okay. You're going to have to speak loudly, Mr. Selden.
Under here, under case description.
It's mic abuse.
And I'm going to read from this, okay? It says, Natalie was returning a call to the nurse, and that's the nurse at Access Health,
Yes.
right? Regarding lab results. Says, Natalie says, I tried to call the nurse around 12:20 p.m. There was no answer. And then the nurse says, in which I told the patient, and I don't know who I is, someone at Access Health, right?
Correct.
I would send a phone number to the nurse to return her call. The patient, that's Natalie, stated she is on her way back to her appointment with the cardiologist and then an appointment with the oncologist, and she wants her to be called at, and she leaves her phone number so she can
8675309.
try to get these records, right?
That's what the phone note says, yes.
Okay. And do you know if this is Natalie Cochran's phone number?
I have no idea.
Okay. Okay.
Last word, Mr. Truman.
The last word would be thank you to the doctor. He's been a good sport about all this. We're done.
Thank you very much, Dr. Halsey. You may step down. You are excused, sir. Call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
Yes, Ron.
Who's next?
Before I call my next witness, I need to gather my notes.
Okay.
We're gathering our thoughts, gathering our notes. Everyone's pantomiming things in court. Lots of motion, lots of action. Bailiff raises his hand over his head, shuts off the overhead projector, or turns on the overhead projector. Aziz, light. Seems like he's wearing those cuffs a little low. Always seen him a little higher on the belt, but I'm not one that carries cuffs, so I wouldn't know.
The defense calls Dr. Priya Banerjee.
Third doctor. Dr. Priya. Is she the one that was on the phone? That has been listening in? She brings her own beverage.
Raise your right hand, please, doctor. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat right there.
Thank you.
This is the phone lady that could not watch the live stream but had to be on the phone.
Okay, Mr. Selden.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Banerjee.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me? Thank you.
Yes. Tell us your name and how you spell it.
My name is Dr. Priya, Priya, and last name is Banerjee, Banerjee.
Where do you currently work and what's your title?
Sure. So, excuse me, I'm self-employed at my company named Anchor Forensic Pathology.
Our website
and I'm
is
based in Barrington, Rhode Island, just outside of Providence.
Have you authored any publications or anything related to it?
Yes, I don't think I fully answered your last question. So I'm a forensic pathologist, and so I've worked in that field going on over 14 years. And so during my training, well, I mean, I'm talking about I was an attending, and then there was training prior to that. So all in all, there were many occasions that I've done research myself and then published those articles, or then became a senior author, helped other individuals perform the projects, and we together presented them and published them.
And that's in your chosen field of forensic pathology, is that correct?
So I have publications throughout. I have cancer research articles. I have some basic pathology articles, as well as many publications in forensic pathology as well.
Okay. Do you have any teaching experience?
Yes, quite a bit. So in Rhode Island, let's see, I used to teach at the Roger Williams University, where I designed and taught a year-long forensic pathology and crime scene investigation course. That was 2 semesters. I did that for quite a while, and then I subsequently left that job due to personal reasons. I also taught at the Boston University Medical School, their graduate program in forensic sciences. Again, it was crime scene investigation and forensic pathology, and currently still hold, since I think 2011 or 2012, a clinical assistant professorship at the Brown University Laboratory Medicine and Pathology program.
As a forensic pathologist, do you conduct autopsies and issue reports from that?
Yes, that's one of the many roles I do as a forensic pathologist. That's really what I'm trained to do. And as you've heard previously, that's one of the main tools we use as a forensic pathologist to make diagnoses.
What? Can you approximate at all how many autopsies you've done in the past?
That's a gross approximation, and I would say probably close to 3,000 now. So autopsy, my training stems back to my days at residency at the Johns Hopkins Hospital, where we learned and performed autopsies. I then went on to do a fellowship in forensic pathology, where I was, day in and day out performing autopsies. And then I was an assistant medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island for over 11 years. So again, very diligently doing autopsies. So all of those together, plus I've done some service work in various other offices that needed help, such as New Hampshire, Maine, Las Vegas. I've done that. And so this is just, I don't keep tallies, but I would say approximately, let's say 2,900 to 3,000.
Fair enough. Are you board certified in any of these areas that you're talking about?
Yes. So after I completed my residency at the Johns Hopkins Hospital, I sat for my pathology boards, which was in the field of anatomic pathology. So that's like being in a hospital, looking at slides, whatnot. Autopsy is a part of that. So I was generally boarded in anatomic pathology. And then after I did my fellowship training, I was then eligible and on the first attempt passed my forensic pathology boards.
Do you have any medical licenses anywhere?
I currently hold 2 active licenses, one in the state of Rhode Island and one in Nevada. I also have a inactive good standing licensure in Pennsylvania.
At this time, I would like Dr. Banerjee certified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Does the state wish to engage in voir dire?
Your Honor, the state accepts the witness's credentials.
All right. The court declares Dr. Banerjee to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology and anatomic pathology.
Thank you.
Permission to approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I am asking that this particular exhibit be marked as defense exhibit, whatever the next number is.
It's defense exhibit number 12.
Thank you. Yes, you may.
Dr. Banerjee, I am handing you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 12. I'm going to ask you to refer to this document. I'm going to go back and ask you some questions, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
The slower speed today is killing us, me particularly. I have to get some soda.
Could you identify this document, what it is?
So this is my 7-page report that I submitted to you that summarizes all my, or contains all my conclusions related to this case.
Okay.
Was there a draft?
You're starting to fade away a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Please talk in the microphone. Thank you.
I'm very rarely accused of that.
On page 2 of that report, you specify what records you've received in preparation of that report. Would you please go through the records you received?
Yes, so I've itemized in my report in no particular order. All of them were submitted digitally. So just the first autopsy report for Michael Brandon Cochran, West Virginia, number 2019-3671. That is the first autopsy that Dr. Kubitschek performed. I also have medical records, 2 sets, one from Raleigh General and the other from Charleston Medical Center. I have an array of scene photographs of the candidate scene, including multiple pictures of a Humalog insulin Lispro vial. I have Dr. Uribe's second autopsy report and Dr. Diane Krieger's expert report.
Now, you listened in to expert reports or expert testimony in this case, but that was subsequent to you authoring this report. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, I was allowed to by the judge with permission to also listen to Drs. Uribe and Krieger testify, but my opinion as written here is all formulated based on their written reports as well, and the summation of all this.
Okay. I'd like to skip down to the bottom of page 2.
Okay.
You have a heading marked discussion. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to skip over paragraph 1 for now and go to paragraph 2. In that paragraph, you state that Mr. Cochran first underwent an autopsy by Dr. Kubitschek on September the 4th, 2019, which was 7 months after his death. Is that correct?
Yes, approximately 7 months.
Okay. Your Honor, I have another exhibit that I'm going to be questioning this witness about. Permission to approach the clerk.
Very well.
Defendant's exhibit number 13, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now, I'd like to warn the jury ahead of time. These are photographs, and they're somewhat gruesome.
Ooh. They haven't been admitted?
Dr. Banerjee, can you identify this exhibit?
Yes, so this is a hard copy printout of an array with 4 autopsy pictures with the same case number that I referenced, 19-3671, with Dr. Kubitschek's initials also on the placard in the photos. So these are at least 4 of the many autopsy photos that were submitted to me.
Okay. Wow.
At this time, I'd like to move for admission of Dr. Banerjee's report and this exhibit.
Any objections, Mr. Truman?
No objection, thank you.
All right. Defense exhibits 12 and 13 will be admitted into evidence.
That's the daughter.
Now, you've already identified this photograph. I want to go back to your description under decomposition, page 3, paragraph 2.
Okay, let me just flip there.
Yeah,
Yes.
Does this
they need to not be in there.
photograph accurately convey the advanced state of decomposition as photographed by Dr. Kubitschek in his autopsy?
Yeah, so this, unfortunately, embalming and burial does not keep the body in the same state as when one passes away. So even though the procedure is supposed to, it's still not perfect. And so you can see that 7 months later, Mr. Cochran's body was in a moderately decomposed state with moderate insect activity present, and those are words extracted from Dr. Kubitschek's autopsy. That's how he described it.
Good grief.
I'm going to remove the photograph.
All right.
They put those pictures up? This is a corpse 4 years later without proper embalming.
On that same page, what was the description and the condition of Michael Cochran's heart on autopsy?
Yes, so the heart weighed 450 grams, and it wasn't described clearly as such, but assuming it was also moderately decomposed like the rest of him, it was, it follows that weight, as you've heard earlier, tissues and organs, as they fall apart with decomposition, they get lighter in weight. And so taking that into account, this is a relatively enlarged heart for someone his size and his stature.
Why is that significant, the enlarged heart?
So the heart is ironically one of those muscles that you don't really want to enlarge unless you're an Olympic athlete or very well conditioned. It often enlarges secondary to what we say stress. Now, stress can be anything like high blood pressure, anything that's sort of a continued stress on the body. It's not one episode. It's going to be longer term effects. So sometimes chronic substance abuse, exercise can help, but when we say it's a pathologically enlarged, abnormally enlarged, that's not a healthy heart.
You have a discussion about pseudoephedrine use.
Yes.
Please explain that.
Sure. So within the clinical records I was given, certain substances that are considered controlled substances, which pseudoephedrine is one, is monitored, and the prescription sort of history is monitored. So that's how I knew he was on it. And pseudoephedrine is Sudafed, and we know that one of its side effects it's a stimulant, meaning that it will raise your blood pressure.
Okay. What about your statement about reported history of pseudoephedrine and stimulant use and the use of enclophamine use? How could these factors have affected Mr. Cochran?
Sure. So I assume that enclomiphene, wasn't a prescribed medicine. It was what the records say was illicitly obtained over the internet, and non-prescribed, I should say. And so all of these factors, when your heart is enlarged, it is a risk for sudden death, which is what we call an arrhythmia. The heart has an electrical system that helps us beat. Even as we sit here, we don't have to think about it. And when the heart gets thickened, abnormally so, the electrical system can basically short circuit, and then you miss a beat, you don't have a heart rate, you don't have a blood pressure, and you die. There really isn't any fingerprint of an arrhythmia. That's an electrical signal, right? So when you're alive, there are cardiologists that specialize in that, and they can, like an EKG is the electrical tracing of the heart. But once you are deceased, there's no way to really, there's no traceable rhythm. And so structurally, when we see an enlarged heart, we're worried about an arrhythmia as a possible cause of sudden death.
Could these factors in your discussion about a fatal arrhythmia or heart attack, could this have been a possible factor in Michael Cochran's death?
Yes, I just say arrhythmia, heart attack, I sort of classify differently, which I won't get into, but the abnormal rhythm would be an arrhythmia, and if it's a fatal, there's different tracings, which I'm not going to get into, but fatal arrhythmia can occur. And obviously with a decomposed heart, just like the rest of his body, that really limits making the diagnosis under the microscope. We can, again, just say that the heart was enlarged based on its weight.
So from that explanation, a fatal arrhythmia would not show up in autopsy, correct?
Correct. We have a structurally abnormal heart, which we know is at risk, but a fatal arrhythmia leaves no identifiable sign at autopsy, especially in a decomposed specimen.
What findings were made regarding the possibility of pancreatic tumors in Michael Cochran's body?
I know there's been some discussion about this, but upon review of the first autopsy report, again, the pancreas is one of the first organs to decompose in the body. It's full of enzymes, and as soon as we die, they start leaking, and that's what causes the pancreas to basically disintegrate. And so I think it's difficult, and I think it's improper to say that a pancreatic tumor was excluded, because 7 months later, the pancreas isn't going to be very recognizable. Even if it is, it's not going to be intact anymore to really see any types of tumors. These tumors, such as an insulinoma, can be less than 1 centimeter big. It can be millimeters, but it can still have a functional effect, which I find fascinating. But again, that's not going to be identifiable.
I thought they decomposed slower than they lasted.
Pancreas or organ.
Okay, and I may have missed it in your explanation. I just want to clarify. Can pancreatic tumors cause hypoglycemia?
Oh, yes. Sorry if I wasn't clear on that. Yes. So that's in one of the potential causes of hypoglycemia is a pancreatic tumor if it creates insulin. So tumors don't act like normal organs. And so if it's a tumor of the cells that make insulin in the body, and there's an sort of bad acting collection of them, then they form this tumor, and then they can pump out insulin that could cause low blood sugar hypoglycemia. There was no such, I think the capabilities of identifying such is very limited in a decomposed body.
We're getting word this might be a long questioning. Thank you, Amber, for that.
Dr. Uribe
long and dry
stated that pancreatic tumors on autopsy were excluded in the first autopsy. Is that a correct statement?
I think not identified versus excluded are two different issues here. Not identified is true because the pancreas and other organs, again, are decomposed. Excluded is inaccurate because, again, that decomposition means it's 7 months later and it could have been there. We just can't see it based on the condition of the organ and the body in general.
I'd like to call your attention to the paragraph that's numbered number 3 on that page. Okay?
Yes.
You discuss post-mortem, meaning after death, toxicology tests performed. What's toxicology?
So toxicology is the basic testing of blood and other body fluids or tissues to see to try to detect, identify, and quantify any medications or substances that's in someone's body at the time of death.
Would you please discuss what tests were done or weren't done in connection with Michael Cochran's body? And along those lines.
So again, this is 7 months later.
I have a specific question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
That's
you
all right.
wanted me to answer.
There's a discussion that there was no testing prior to Michael's death of, first of all, insulin. What's the significance of that?
So when he was alive then, you're
Yes.
saying? Okay. Because we talked about postmortem testing too.
No,
So
I'm talking about prior to Michael Cochran's death.
Sure. So my review of the hospital record showed that there was, although low blood sugars were noted, there was no associated laboratory testing related to insulin, C-peptide, proinsulin levels, or any other medications like oral anti-glycemic agents, which are what you take to lower blood sugars, done in the hospital.
So those various tests that you're talking about, tests for insulin, tests for C-peptides, anabolic steroids, those all could have been done prior to Michael Cochran's death, correct?
Yes.
But they weren't done, right?
Per the medical records, they were not done.
and according to hospital records, etc., one of the reasons those tests weren't done was because when Michael Cochran was admitted to the hospital or hospitals, there was no suspicion of insulin being introduced into his body. And I'm talking about what they call exogenous insulin, insulin that's not produced by the body. Would that be a correct statement?
Yes, I saw no notation or differential diagnosis listed that, sorry. I did not see any notation or differential diagnosis listed within the medical records for that diagnosis, like exogenous insulin having a role in his hypoglycemia.
Okay. Is there any explanation for Mr. Cochran's urine screen, which was positive for benzodiazepines?
So this was a perplexing result to me. I think there was some confusion. Dr. Uribe said that, and there was, midazolam detected in the postmortem toxicology. Midazolam is a benzodiazepine that can be used as a sedative or anesthetic, but that was given later in the hospital, and the urine screening was done very close to his admission to the hospital. It was done at 21:05, which is 9:05 p.m. The day of February 6th. And so he had not been given, there's no records within the nursing records or the doctor's orders that he was given any such medication in this class yet. So that means in the urine drug screen, there's an unexplained benzodiazepine positivity. Now, that just means I don't know what it is. I don't know where it came from, but it's a suggestion that he's on this something, at least one, if not more, benzodiazepine medications. And that's from the urine testing.
Okay. Let's go down to paragraph 4 on that same page.
Yes.
In that paragraph, you discuss the second autopsy, which was done by Dr. Uribe 4 years after Michael Cochran's death.
Yes.
What's the significance of an autopsy being done 4 years after death?
Well, I think in this, speaking specifically with this case, unfortunately, again, the embalming is not perfect, as we saw 7 months. So although there's no photographs, there was a description written by Dr. Uribe that the body was nearly skeletonized. There was some residual tissue, but mainly bones. And so obviously that decomposition has continued. Mr. Cochran's body was, buried again and then had to be re-exhumed. So again, his body's undergoing decomposition to almost no tissues remaining. And the ones that he had described that were there with the body were all very disintegrated in a medical bag and a plastic bag. So you can't really make any further conclusions from them. They're not intact anymore to make anything meaningful.
Because of the advanced state of decomposition, which has continued, does it make it harder to reach a conclusion in an autopsy?
So we have 2 autopsies here with 2 varying stages of decomposition, one obviously far more advanced than the other. But anytime we have decomposition, you really are working with not as perfect a body as it had been when he first died. So obviously, when I get asked the question, when do I need to autopsy my loved one? Usually I say within a week to really get meaningful results. And as time goes on, even with embalming, as you've seen, there's decomposition because the way our tissues react, they're just going to start disintegrating. They're not healthy living tissues anymore because the person's not living. And so you're automatically handicapped to make some diagnoses. It's still very worthwhile doing a decomposition or decomposed autopsy. You want to make sure there's no trauma, there's no big, you can see some diagnoses, even natural diagnoses, you can see trauma, even some toxicology can be done, but it's still a hindrance that, due to the decomposition being there. And actually, in decomposition autopsies, there's an extensive explanation that I, sort of qualify the description of the organs, as well as the toxicology lab has to be, notified that, hey, this is not an ideal specimen, this is a decomposed specimen, and sometimes you even can't send as good a specimen to do the testing because it's not available anymore.
Now, if you can answer this question, fine. If you can't, that's fine too. In general, if an autopsy is done 7 months after death, and an autopsy is done 4 years after death, would the results in the first autopsy be more easily quantified or valid, let's say, than the second autopsy?
I think that's a very broad question.
Okay.
I can speak that, again, it's still worth examining a body at any time. I really look at it when, even with decomposition present, you want to make sure there's no identifiable trauma. So even some, in skeletonized remains, I've done many of those, you look at the bones to make sure there's no fractures, tool marks, gunshot wounds, anything like that. Do the bones tell you about the patient? Sometimes you can have surgery remnants, right? You can have hardware, you can have skull fractures, whatever it may be. We x-ray them, we look at them. That can be very meaningful. You can do DNA on bone, etc. But as the organs and soft tissues decompose, more information is leaving, right? So as time goes on, less and less information is available to make, I guess, like toxicologic analyses, even looking under the microscope, even at 7 months. You can see with moderate decomposition, it's not a worthwhile exercise.
I believe that Dr. Kubicek took some tissue samples, or was it Dr. Uribe, for toxicology analysis? Do you remember?
Yes, so Dr. Kubicek did. Yes. So there was at least clotted blood and maybe some tissue samples that he sent. I don't have the report in front of me, but I know that was the analysis that resulted in the midazolam, that one therapeutic, meaning medically given, prescribed medicine in his blood detected.
But generally speaking, those slides were pretty much useless, and I believe Dr. Uribe said he couldn't make any definitive findings as to those slides. Is that correct?
Sorry, just to clarify, I was speaking about the toxicology.
Okay. I'm talking about the slides.
I see. Maybe I misspoke or misunderstood. Excuse me. When you talk about slides are where we look under the microscope. So the way it works is you have to have a light and you have to have the glass slide that has a very thin, even thinner than paper, layer of tissue on there. So that tissue means it's a section cut from the organ you want to look at. So heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, whatever it may be. And it's specially prepared in a lab, and it has at baseline usually pinks and purples to help me with my trained eye, or my colleagues like Dr. Kubicek or Dr. Uribe look under the microscope and make an interpretation. But that also, again, depends on the integrity of the tissues. So as the tissues fall apart, the detail under the microscope is no longer available. So I don't recall exactly what Dr. Kubitschek's conclusions were if he took slides, but I know Dr. Uribe basically didn't submit them because no meaningful diagnosis could be made. The tissue was in such unrecognizable, decomposed state that it's not worth anybody's time, effort, or money to do it.
Analytic purposes, those tissue slides were pretty much useless. Is that correct?
I'm not even sure he made slides. I thought he just retained them in little plastic containers in case he needed to, but I don't think he even made the slides. His comment was that it was something like no meaningful diagnoses could be made from them.
Pretty much useless, right?
Yes.
Pretty much useless.
At paragraph 5 of your report, you discuss the documenting of Mr. Cochran's pseudoephedrine prescription, and then you discuss benzodiazepines, which were positive in his urine. How are these two substances related, and what's the significance of them?
Okay, so there are two medications that are controlled, meaning they have medical uses, but they're also regulated because they can be abused. So that's why each state usually has a prescription drug monitoring program. And as a part of the investigation and medical records, I received the printout for Mr. Cochran. That printout has a log that he was on pseudoephedrine for many months. However, benzodiazepine is a controlled substance, meaning like it's a medication, has plenty of medical uses, but also has potential for abuse. And there was no tracked benzodiazepine on anywhere, actually. I didn't have it in his list of medical medications at home, and I did not have it on the state prescription drug monitoring program.
I've never pronounced it benzodiazepine.
So I'm sorry, just to conclude
she's like, sorry, I'm not done.
And report. Could Mr. Cochran, prior to death, have overdosed on benzodiazepines?
You didn't pronounce it the way he does.
That's where I was leading, that, a urine toxicology, when someone shows up at a hospital with altered mental state, meaning they're not talkative, they're confused, or they're not responding, that's why it aids doctors and clinicians that maybe we can find out what's in him because he can't tell us, and maybe that'll help us undo the effects of it, and if it'll allow him to wake up. Does that make sense? And so that is one. Overdose is a possibility. I have no idea which benzodiazepine this is. I don't know how much it is. It could be one, it could be more than one. I have no idea. I just know that that was a very strange result, given that he's not prescribed this at home. And then again, it's a drug of abuse, meaning if you're not prescribed it and you're using it, that is misuse of a prescribed medicine, or unprescribed medicine for that matter. I know you can get it off the internet. I've had other cases related to benzodiazepine overdose that could be illicit, if you will. So I think that's a strong differential, given.
Let me interrupt you right here and clarify. Did you state in your report that benzodiazepine overdose is a common cause of death alone or in combination with other substances?
Yes, at least where I've practiced, benzodiazepines are often misused, abused, if you will, and if taken in excess can cause overdose, as I said, alone, or it's often used with many other substances that may or may not show up on a urine drug screen.
Okay.
Was that his cause of death, though?
Did Mr. Cochran, prior to death and according to the medical records, exhibit any symptoms of benzodiazepine overdose?
I mean, any overdose, the way it affects your body, and a benzodiazepine.
I'm asking specifically.
She wants to
Mr.
talk.
Cochran, in your review of the medical records,
Yes.
did he exhibit symptoms of benzodiazepine overdose, and what symptoms are indicative or indicate possibly benzodiazepine overdose?
Sure. So they're non-specific, but respiratory arrest where he stops breathing. He can aspirate gastric contents into his lungs, like meaning vomit will come up and he'll breathe it in. Confusion, collapse, all of that is possible as the excess medication use and abuse causing overdose.
Can it cause seizures?
Not usually.
Okay.
I think, just to clarify, I think if he's in a prolonged state due to an overdose where his brain is deficient of oxygen, that could have seizure-like activity because the brain is injured. But the medication in and of itself does not cause seizures. It can sometimes be given for seizures.
Is hypoglycemia related to benzodiazepine overdose?
I think it could be. I don't know that it's directly related, but I think once the body starts getting in dysfunction and disarray, you can see hypoglycemia.
Okay.
That would give him
So
the
it
21.
might have been a possible cause of Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia. Is that possible?
Benzodiazepine overdose is in the differential.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
It's in the differential. What does that mean?
Take our afternoon break.
It means yes.
Right now. Members of the jury will break for 10 or 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. You may follow the bailiff to your jury room.
It's getting into the weeds on the medical side, and I know a few of you. This is your area. This is your area of expertise. I'm not that person. Who's talking? A couple of you have mentioned this, but
Doctor, it would be improper for you to talk to Mr. Selden or anyone else about proposed lines of testimony or cross-examination. I'm sure you understand that. But with that admonition, you're free to walk about and relax for 10 or 15 minutes.
I think the person we heard with the little bit of the outbreak when that photo was shown was his mom, who remained in the courtroom. The two children had left. They got up and split before that picture was shown. But oh my goodness. Basically the 4 years of decomposition after no or incorrect embalming is it's basically like, I don't know, the scene from Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom or whatever, when the guy, whichever Indiana Jones it is, where he picks up the cup and like ages like really fast. It's like right before he turns into dust, that's what you got. He like a second before he just turns into dust and disappears. Last Crusade. Sorry, I don't know my movies. Please hide Mr. Bones. That is not the way any family wants to remember their loved one, especially if it's like active decomposition with, yeah. Was it effective? It probably was effective for getting the point across to the jury, at least. They're saying, look, in this state, there's very little an autopsy can do for you right now. There's not much you can learn from that. It was a photo from the first autopsy, which was 7 months after he passed. Oh, my goodness. Can you imagine what the second one was 4 years later? It was just skeletal? It would have been like, this. I don't know why he's standing there like that. Your arm seems to be Probably had that looked at. It's a little bit sticky there. All right. Mr. Bones looks sassy today. Please put me in a timeout. Why? They did warn the kids. They warned the kids. The kids left. One of the reporters in the courtroom was live tweeting this. The mom was sobbing and visibly shaking. I think his shoulder joint is just somebody tightened it down. These are just little bolts. Just needs to sort of work it out a little bit. Okay. This one's too loose. This arm, one arm's going to fall off, and the other one. Get you back in your sassy position. Here we go. All right. I would like to be that skinny. Well, give us 4 years after we die, then we'll do it. But these are the kind of dolls you played with as a kid. No, I didn't have a skeleton until I started doing this live stream. His leg's going to fall off, too. I need some Loctite on some of these bolts so they don't come undone. Mr. Bones needs a missus. How do you know this isn't a missus? I guess a doctor could probably tell you, but I don't know the bones well enough to say. Well, clearly. Link to Guess the Buttons is right up here. Just scroll up a little bit. Amber keeps posting it during the breaks. We are almost done. I've got the cheat sheet right here. I can see everybody's guesses. Let's see. Button counter. There it is. Oh no, that's mine. Hang on, that's the wrong one. Okay. Looking at the guesses, I'll give a couple people more time. Let me read a couple names really quickly. These are people who made one guess but didn't fill in guess 2 and 3. Salty Girl, Renee, Megan, Easton, Ivy Berlin, EJF, Rose with Thorns, TC, Pieces Needed, Lazy Retired Lady, Dillinger Arms, Deb, Kelly Brown, CW, Victoria C, Tickled Pink Music, Mary Murphy, Myron Sanchez, Michelle, Allender, Bonnie, Jenny Travels, The Defense Rests, Mrs. Solo, John Mills, Kathy Trout, Misty Kai, Rick Groover, Betsy with Hearts, see Macy Coombs, Tammy E, You Can't See Me, Nicola Moffat, According to Woo, Tammy Dunlap, there's more here. I mean, you've got one guess in, but that's like you've got 2/3 of your chances you haven't taken. Now, it's possible you might win with that one guess, but let me just look. How do I sort it by guess? Sort. I have to get the Sheets app. Update. Download the app. Anyway. You've got one guess in. You can click the same link and then go and click Edit My Responses and add 2 more guesses. I would add guesses that are different than your first guess, but that's just my take. Peter Ware, always fun, except when the defense speaks so slow. Part of the problem is we've been watching this on replay. We've been playing catch up, and on 1.25 speed, everyone's just like, it's quick. It's quick. It really moves along. Defense, it just sounded normal. Now we're on actual speed, and it's like pulling teeth. Can you hear a son? I can't. If no one gets the exact number, are you opening it up all over again or closest to the number? Closest to the number. It's too much work for Amber. Her boss has called me saying, please, I need her back. She's my best employee. Hurry and end the contest. Rona, money can be shipped overseas. Tyrone says, I made a list of pieces of your equipment and my estimated button counts, and then I added them up. You got exactly 1,000. That is sort of spooky. All right, Tammy, thank you. Thank you. Let's see. Hang on, somebody sent me a chat GPT response. How many buttons does Recovery Addict has on his desk? Be exact and don't hesitate to answer. You have to tell me. That's the prompt. Chat GPT responded, Recovery Addict has 47 buttons on his desk, as confirmed by his live streams and interactions with his audience. Chat GPT is wrong. This trial is in West Virginia. Josh, let me take a look at mod chat here. This morning's stream. Tammy added your response. Good, good. We have a few minutes here during the break. This is reaching the end of the defense's case. I'm feeling it. We've got 3 experts in a row. I'm not sure if she's going to take the stand. I know people are expecting her to. I just don't know. Can you let us know if someone is right or close without giving the name? Yes, somebody has guessed 1 number away. Mr. Fix-It, then we have the timestamps on the guesses. The person who guessed the closest first wins. So if they're both 1 away, it would be the first guess in. Yes, do not include my belly button. It has no electrical function whatsoever. Your 7-digit guess is not even close. That's like 1 million. 1 million buttons? No, it's a little high there. A little high. I missed what it's guessing for. We're guessing how many buttons we have on the desk. This is a little contest I've been teasing for many months, and we finally just decided to pull the trigger because Amber said she could do it. So everything on the desk here, all the buttons. Some are visible, some are not. All the things in the studio. We're going to be closing up the submissions here soon. As soon as this, it's not Price is Right rules. We're just doing the closest. Feels like there's less buttons than there were. It shouldn't. 1, 2, 3, 4 keyboards, 3 switchers, replay editor, Stream Deck, Rodecaster. A bunch of other stuff. Remotes, TVs, monitors. No, not one for you. Change all your numbers. Sorry, that wouldn't work. The form tracks when you change stuff, so we would know if you were changing it and guessing again. That would not be allowed. Amber, I know I've got the form and I should be able to see it, but I can't track it very well. Are the guesses about done? It only includes buttons that have an electrical function. Like if you manipulate the button or switch and it does something electrically, like it turns the light on, or it has to be plugged in for that to work, I guess. Looking for another way to power my lights under my desk. All right. You think she will testify? Burner phone's on the desk. It has some buttons. You underguessed the number. Well, somebody got really close. Really, really close. I think she said she was testifying. I think they had the decision, or they had the talk about it on Thursday, but she hasn't like formally started yet, so she can change her mind at any time. What she could do if she gets up and testifies is she could testify and be very believable. Because here's what we know about her. Okay, let's put together what we know on the situation. We know that she is, and I'm going to jump back to watching court so that we can see if something happens here. We know that she's been able to talk people out of $2-something million, which means she is probably believable. That she's got a charm about her. She's got a way with words. She's just comes across. If you can talk somebody out of $2 million, or a bunch of people out of money to equal about $2 million, she's probably good at talking. Now, is she better than the state's prosecutors who are going to cross-examine her? Is she able to be one step ahead of them? Realize the jury knows that. We know she lies. I don't know. If she gets up there and says, "Look, yeah, I've done these awful things, but I didn't do that," you might be able to connect with them. Sam, I think statistically, it's or at least defense attorneys will tell you it's generally not a good idea to testify in your own defense, because cross-examination can be brutal. Murdaugh's downfall was that he testified. He thought he was better. Well, he was the lawyer, right? So he knew better. I'm not going to believe what she says anyway, says Sherry. I don't know. If she is that good, she only has to reach one, right? She only has to reach one. And that takes away the conviction, makes a hung jury. We are on a little bit of a break, afternoon break. It's about 3 o'clock. Well, it's 2:51 here. And I got a new mouse over the weekend. It doesn't work very well. Like, it has to be right next to the receiver. I don't like that. And the worst part is I gave my old mouse to my son already. So, yeah, cat toes. The kids were not there in the courtroom. They did leave, but his mom was there. And that was hard. I think she was the one we heard sort of sobbing. How many buttons does it have? It has the exact same number of buttons as the previous mouse, so it didn't change the count at all. And just for the record, 1, 2, 3, it has 6 buttons. It's a 6-button mouse. Nope, doesn't change. It's the same. It's the same one as before. It's just this one doesn't work as well as the old one. And I'm not counting both because I gave the other one away. Renee, that is awesome. Bought my husband spicy maple bourbon pickles, which happened to be my favorite. He finally tried yesterday, and the jar is already half empty. Well, he ate half a serving size because the jar is a single serving size. They are so good. They're so good. When she spoke to the court regarding mitigation in her federal case, it didn't help her, in my opinion. See, I did not watch that part. If she stopped at admitting guilt, she'd have come off better, but she didn't do that. Taylor, when she did that, was she oversharing? Was she confident? Was she thinking she could convince them? Is that a Pirates of the Caribbean shirt you have on? This is a ECU Pirates, Eastern Carolina University, local school. Well, the next guess be how long it took to count all the buttons. It probably took me 2 hours to count all the buttons because I have to count them, and I double counted everything, like picking it up, turning it around, making sure there weren't any buttons on the bottom and the back and the sides. And then I entered everything, double counted, and then went through again, looking at everything. It was a lot of work. Port TV said she will take the stand. We caught the house mouse, and I released it. When I released it outside, it was still wiggling. It might have been injured in the process because it ran into some lumber, and we had to sort of move the boards to get it out. But I caught it and let it go. I think the cat ate it. If she takes the stand, her chances of acquittal can only go down. I don't know. It's purely circumstantial. If she gets up there and is forced to testify and realize there's been a lot of talk, there's been a lot of investigation, there's a lot of testimony. If she gets up there and is forced to testify and answer questions and she gets it wrong or lies, and it's proved that she lies, then she's done for. My son wants to attend ECU badly. That's awesome. What is he going into? Is it like a medical? What is he going into? I'm curious. Is your counting buttons peer reviewed? Yes, I did send the report to a peer of mine, namely a mod, one specific mod, and she's not allowed to guess. Or I swore to secrecy. I trust her with my channel, but before I even sent those to her, I made her promise to never reveal anything about it or give hints or anything. So. Prosecution has nothing hard against her, so she can only hurt herself. I would agree. I think in this case, it's better that she doesn't. Jennifer Adams, sports journalism. Love it. Oh, here we go. Judge is going to kick the door in. It's not as impressive on one's regular speed.
All right. Are there any matters we need to discuss out of the presence of the jury?
Not from the state, Your Honor, thank you. Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Very well. Bring in the jury, please. Deputy Fry.
Crystal, send me a text to the burner phone with what you plan on doing with it. Like, is there going to be gaming? Is it just going to be internet use? Are you doing document, video editing? Just surfing the web? Because I would say almost everybody needs something a little more than a Chromebook. But if you're just going to surf the web and never download anything, a Chromebook might work. I realize Chromebooks are really cheap. But almost everyone wants a little bit of something like, we might have a couple games and things on it. That would move you into the laptop side. So if you're only on the web, a Chromebook might be great. Melpoy, I recommend a laptop with like an 80-inch screen. Just kidding. Almost anything will work for that. MacBook Air is a really nice machine. I love mine. It works really well. Of course, they're very expensive as well. Okay, here we go. Let's focus on the testimony here as defense is going to continue the last part of this witness's testimony. And maybe,
all right, we continue with the direct
the
examination of Dr. Banerjee. You may proceed, Mr. Selden.
Thank you, Your Honor. Picking up where we left off, at the top of page 4, the first complete paragraph, you state that although it is not studied well, hypoglycemia is a real and life-threatening condition that may occur in benzodiazepine poisoning. And you go on to say, thus, this is a real possibility for Michael Cochran's cause of death. If I am interpreting that correctly, what you're saying is benzodiazepine may cause hypoglycemia. Then the hypoglycemia may result in death. It's kind of a progression. Is that a correct interpretation?
Correct. I say that this unknown benzodiazepine at unknown levels, there's reports of benzodiazepines causing low blood sugar and could be critically low, as in his case, to then cause death. I don't know that to be a fact, but it's in the differential.
So benzodiazepine poisoning may cause hypoglycemia. Is that correct?
Yes, there was an article that I cited related to that matter.
Okay. I'd like to go to paragraph 6 on page 4.
Mm-hmm.
You state that, quote, the focus on hypoglycemia as the sentinel, or most important, abnormality is surprising. What do you mean by that?
I get further into it in the discussion, but basically, when Mr. Cochran presented, not only was he not alert, not responding to commands, etc., when they tried to figure out what was wrong with him, there were multiple laboratory abnormalities. So they drew his blood, analyzed it, and there were a whole bunch of laboratory abnormalities, including the hypoglycemia, but also elevated white blood cell count. And then that had a part of it when they look at what's composing that white blood cell count called neutrophils. Those are like the soldiers that fight infection. Those were high in number.
Let me stop you right there and ask a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Elevated white blood cell count is more or less showing that there's some kind of infection in the body or some kind of toxins, because white blood cells fight infection. Is that correct?
Especially this component of white blood cells that's now increased the number. They're like the first responders, the neutrophils. And it wasn't just the neutrophils were high, but there's another enzyme called lactate that they tested that was also high that can be seen in sepsis. So it's sort of like painting the picture that, again, that differential, like what could be wrong with him. You then really worry maybe there's an undetected, untreated infection that's causing him to be in this state.
Okay, so, and if this infection was present, which the white blood cells elevated count would indicate, was there any explanation for what this infection is, how it may have occurred, anything about the infection itself?
No. So the clinicians in the ER did say suspected infection, but they did not say what the suspected source was. They just gave him IV antibiotics. And I don't remember which antibiotic, my apologies. But nonetheless, they are also concerned that he was sick from an infection, so it's better to just give him antibiotics and we'll try to stabilize him and then possibly figure it out. That was never figured out from a source, but they did give him intravenous antibiotics, so it got into his body right away.
Okay. Now, some mysterious infection in Michael Cochran's body, could that be a possible cause of Michael Cochran's death, either alone or in combination with other things?
Definitely. So if a infection becomes overwhelming and into the blood and really taking over the body, it can be serious enough to cause death.
It's a big sigh.
You talk about there being no suspicion for insulin overdose or self-administration as the cause of Michael Cochran's seizures and coma.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you.
I want to make a point here. You listened to some of the testimony. Did you hear any of the testimony that said Michael Cochran did routinely inject himself with insulin? Did you hear any of that?
I think there was some suggestion. I don't remember who said it.
Okay.
It wasn't in the
I think it was a lawyer.
records that I reviewed and made this report based on.
Okay. So given that testimony, an overdose by self-administration is a possibility, right?
After that testimony was given, it's in the differential diagnosis.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Moving on down the page, would you discuss the broad list that you go through of potential causes of hypoglycemia other than an insulin injection?
Sure, this is a very long list. So I think I've used the word differential diagnosis a few times, and it's what we're taught in medical school and then into practice. You consider all the possibilities, some may be more likely than others, but you do testing to sort of tease that apart. Does that make sense? I sort of work broad and then narrow down. And so when you think about hypoglycemia in a living individual or even post-mortem, you have to think what's contributing to this. And so this is a very long list. Do you want me to go through it item by item?
No, just...
Okay, we'll read the broad diagnoses and then go from there. So medication induced. That should probably be, whether it be prescribed or not. Alcohol falls into there, some antibiotics.
Okay, let me stop you here. Now, okay. You're listing other possible causes of Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia. Is that what you're doing?
I'm listing what's called the differential diagnosis, whether it's applicable to him or I think this is organized medical way of approaching this laboratory abnormality, and it applies to him. Was this a possibility in him? It's how you have to think, and then if you go so myopic and pinpoint, you might miss something important. So it's always broad to narrow.
Okay, so these are possible causes, not necessarily in Mr. Cochran.
This is medical, right? Okay. All sorts of causes. So medication related, which alcohol or other unexplained medications may be there. Endocrine, so endocrine is like what Dr. Krieger practices. That's working of glands and hormones in the body. There can be various abnormalities. Pancreatic tumors, that's why I was saying that sometimes we really look at the pancreas to try to see if there's a identifiable tumor. Sometimes they're so small that you really need like an MRI or like a radiology to pinpoint them, but they can be so subtle but still cause medical problems. And then there's other sort of broader issues such as liver disease, in certain cases malnutrition, starvation, critical illness, so like sepsis, which is that overwhelming infection in the body. You can have certain surgeries, like your immune system can attack insulin in and of itself, even though you have a working pancreas, genetic disorders, sometimes eating disorders like over-exercising, not eating enough, that can really throw your body.
Let me interrupt you there for just a moment, okay?
Yes.
You say that other causes include liver disease. Were you aware in the medical records that at some point it was revealed that Michael Cochran, prior to death, had some problems with his liver enzymes?
I'm aware that they're elevated. Usually when I talk about liver disease being a cause of hypoglycemia, it's not just any liver disease, it's severe liver disease.
Okay, but that could be an indicator of liver disease causing hypoglycemia, possibly.
Quite possibly. I'm not clear on the extent of his liver disease.
Okay. You list severe malnutrition or starvation. Were you aware that at certain times Michael Cochran didn't feed himself adequately, trying to cut his weight for bodybuilding?
I'll take that at face value. I don't know his personal history.
Tried to cut weight for bodybuilding?
You say critical illness, sepsis. Sepsis is infection, right?
Correct.
You cut weight for a fight, not for bodybuilding, but.
You say immune hypoglycemia. What is that?
It's a rare cause. It's anti-insulin antibodies. So anything autoimmune means your body's reacting to itself.
Okay.
And in this case, it would be a very rare circumstance that your body's attacking its own insulin and then getting rid of it so that your body thinks you don't have it.
And again, these are possible causes
Right.
of hypoglycemia.
Right.
Okay. On down, you talk about non-pancreatic tumors. We've talked about pancreatic tumors already, right?
Correct.
And these are other tumors in the body.
Yes, and I'm no expert in this field, but my understanding is so different tumors can do whatever they want. And there's something called paraneoplastic syndrome. So these tumors that are already abnormal, they're doing their own thing, can start making chemicals that in the body that act like insulin or even make insulin potentially, but your body's getting those signals even though it's not from a normal pancreas, if that makes sense.
Okay. Now, just to fill in a little bit of information, insulin promotes blood glucose or blood sugar, right? Most often, especially in diabetics.
Yes, you need insulin.
Okay. You list skipping meals. Is that a real possibility in a bodybuilder who's trying to cut weight?
Bless you, whoever sneezed.
I'm not really clear on that. I mean, skipping meals potentially, I think it could be. It probably depends on how severe it is. And it's not something I'm an expert in quantifying. I think it can be a slippery slope to get into a malnourished state that could affect electrolytes or, glucose levels.
You say increased exercise without sufficient nutrition. if Michael Cochran was exercising furiously
Now she's
and he
saying bless you
wasn't
to people.
feeding
Everyone's
himself
sneezing.
properly or sufficient, that could be a cause of his hypoglycemia. Would that be a correct inference?
I think it's in the list of possibilities.
Okay. Let's go down to paragraph 7. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Yes.
Just saw some great news comes through Ian Runkle that Connor, Legal Vice's son, will be getting the plaque from YouTube. That's awesome. Legal Vice has passed away not long ago, and his son, Legal Vice has wanted to get his channel to 100,000 subscribers, at which point YouTube sends out a big plaque as a recognition, and sort of the whole community sort of got together to say, let's make sure he gets that 100,000, even though it's posthumous, and then the son will be awarded the plaque. That's what's going to happen.
What was previously marked Defendant's Exhibit Number 10. I'd like to show that to the witness.
All right.
Jeff is his name. Legal Vices is the channel.
Dr. Banerjee, this is an exhibit that was previously introduced. You created this table that's reflected in Defendant's Exhibit Number 10. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also have that in your report, page 6. I'm going to put both of them on the viewer if I can, or just your chart on page 6. Okay? This is your unaltered table. This is the one that the jury has seen previously.
I see. Okay.
Except for my handwritten notations as to a conversion of military time to regular time, and my circling of certain entries.
You don't have a clean copy
They're
to
pretty
show
much
her?
the same thing. Would that
Yes.
be
Yes.
correct? Okay.
I think they're identical. You just highlighted some stuff.
Okay.
He writes on everybody's report.
Again, with time conversion.
All right.
But the data's not altered.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. I think I'm going to use your chart, which is unaltered. Okay?
Sounds good.
Unadulterated.
Just like him. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Banerjee, at paragraph 7 of your report, which hopefully you're looking at, you discuss Mr. Cochran's hypoglycemia when he reached the hospital and a timeline of his sugar levels at pages 5 and 6 of your report. And we have page 6 shown.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you created this chart, did you not?
I did.
And it was based on information that you got from the medical records, is that correct?
Correct. So the date and time plus the glucose.
I'm going to get into that.
Okay, sorry.
I'm going to ask you questions about that.
Okay.
Slow down.
I want you to look at the headings at the top of the chart. And I'm talking specifically about right here. Okay?
Okay.
The first asterisk notation at the top is that the alleged event is approximately 12 p.m. on February 6th of 2019. I want to clarify that. Because there's no information reported as to an exact time that Mr. Cochran was allegedly injected with exogenous Lispro insulin, you chose 12 noon on February 6th, 2019, correct?
Yes, based on my review of the investigative information and the medical records, it appeared that that was basically, again, it's approximate. So
Okay.
I'm not saying it's noon, but it's around then that they were saying the event or his problem started.
It's kind of a guess from you, from all these records, because we don't have any exact time, correct?
Correct. There's no exact time, but if I made that assumption, and that's why I asterisked it, that to make a meaningful calculation, I just chose, when they say noon, I chose the number evenly, 12:00, as a time to calculate, as a starting time point.
And that information is essentially gathered from when it's alleged Michael Cochran passed out and when he got to the hospital and the series of events after that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. The second heading right here, and you can't see it very well, but it says hypoglycemia is sugar less than 70 milligrams per deciliter in a person without diabetes. Correct?
Correct. That was the medical definition of hypoglycemia, as I understand it.
Okay. And you remember Dr. Krieger's testimony. She kind of went back and forth. She estimated, but she said at your first timeline on February 6th of 2019 and you've got 2020, which is 8:20 p.m., right?
Correct, on the 6th.
She said, in reference to these questions, that a reading of 21 blood glucose was certainly hypoglycemia or indicated hypoglycemia, right?
I don't recall exactly, but I would agree with that statement.
Okay. But you chose 70 milligrams, and you say that's based on your research and the literature you reviewed. Is that correct?
Sure. So hypoglycemia is a range, or a critical level, if you will, a critical blood sugar. And my understanding and research is that anything below 70 is abnormal, and the lower you get, the more abnormal it is.
The first column is date and time, right?
Yes.
The second column is the reported blood glucose levels in Michael Cochran's body, or allegedly, right?
Yes.
Third column is the hours since the alleged event, and you're picking 12 noon as the alleged event when you believe he may or may not have been introduced with exogenous insulin.
So, right. So let me just clarify. The blood glucose wasn't an allegation. These are laboratory values I've extracted from the medical record. So they're the exact numbers. And again, I had to define a starting point as an assumption, and then those hours are how long after we're looking at those, at that time stamp, if you will, the resultant blood glucose.
Dr. Halsey today testified that he thought the activity of Lispro insulin or how long it's working in the body was 4 to 6 hours. Did your research in the literature indicate the same thing?
Yes, so my main source was the manufacturer's insert that has all the sort of description, dosing, and what's called pharmacodynamics, how it works in the body. So it goes through what the activity of this is, because I'm not diabetic.
Okay.
So I had to educate myself.
And I just want to clarify that statement.
Right.
You're talking about if Lilly Pharmaceutical is the manufacturer of this type of insulin.
Yep.
They put a information sheet or sheets in with the Humalog insulin, and they have all of this data in that information, correct?
Correct. I'm familiar with insulin, but I had to refresh my mind with the details of this short-acting insulin. And so what Dr. Halsey said was supported with that literature. It's 4 to 6 hours of, the longest it'll act in the body is 4 to 6 hours.
Okay, and another point of information I have to make clear to the jury. Is it your estimation that once Humalog Lispro insulin is introduced into the body, although it's fast-acting, it still takes time to work, approximately 15 minutes. Is that correct?
Correct. So this is deemed a fast-acting insulin that starts to work about 10 to 15 minutes after injection.
Okay.
Okay, 10 to 15. They've been trained to say 30.
The first reading has a blood glucose level of 21. Where did that information come from, if you recall?
Yep, it's within the first pages of his medical records when he presented.
Okay. Now, the significance of that is the hours after insulin was allegedly introduced to Mr. Cochran's body. This is 8 hours and 20 minutes afterwards, right?
Yes, approximately.
Can Humalog Lispro insulin possibly be working in the body 8 hours and 20 minutes later?
I can only...
From your research
Right.
and your literature.
Exactly. The way I was, that it's been described and I read about, the maximum window of action is up to 6 hours. So we're beyond that time in this chart.
And you have listed in the last column, was Lispro active in his body? You state no at that first entry, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm not going to go through all of these listings because the jury's seen it before.
Okay.
Would you describe for me the important blood glucose readings which you have marked in bold?
Sure. It's just for ease of reading and pointing out the events which were hypoglycemia as defined by blood sugar less than 70. There were a total of 4 events during his hospitalization, the first occurring at presentation, and then subsequently on February 7th. There were 3 events throughout the day, or throughout the morning, from a little after midnight all the way through 10:30 in the morning. There were 3 other episodes of hypoglycemia.
Okay. I'm pointing to the first one, correct?
Correct. That's his presentation, yes.
Okay. I'm pointing to the next one, which is right here.
Yes, the second bolded number.
Okay. The third one is right here.
Correct.
And the last bold one is right here.
Yes, the bold doesn't necessarily come through as clearly on the
Yeah,
projection.
that's why I'm trying to point them out.
Got it, okay.
Now, according to your chart, your research, all the information that you've gathered, if Michael Cochran was allegedly injected with Lispro Humalog insulin, and its activity is 4 to 6 hours, can you affirmatively state that these listings definitively show Michael Cochran could not have been injected with Humalog, Lispro, insulin to cause these blood glucose readings?
Correct. That this far out, starting 8+ hours out, and based on the nature of Lispro, these are not resulting from that administration.
There was testimony that the volume or amount of Humalog, Lispro, insulin introduced in the body changed the duration of activity. Is that what you discovered?
Well, I think that's a complicated question. You can't really inject anybody safely with a volume to test it. What Lilly has said, they don't specify dosages, okay? They just say that upon administration to the body, this is the peak time, it starts working at 10 to 15 minutes, it peaks at 1 hour, and then when it fades off, it still has activity up to 6 hours. That's all I can use as a reference.
Okay. Now,
A to Z, thank you very much.
Michael Cochran
Congrats on 5 months.
were injected with another dose at a later time from 12 noon on February 6th,
Okay.
that would actually confirm your listings. In other words, it would put the timeline farther out, and the blood glucose levels could not be affected by a second injection later on. It would, because your first reading is 8 hours and 20 minutes after injection. If someone injects later, it pushes everything back, right?
Correct. This chart is based solely on the assumptions of a single administration around noon. Okay, I was not aware or did not calculate anything based on.
You never said
any
anything
other
about a
times.
second injection. Suddenly, if you have additional injections, does this chart make sense? It might.
And I think you may have answered this, but I'm going to ask again. Does the volume of insulin introduced affect the duration of the activity in the body? Is its duration still 4 to 6 hours, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
Can I just clarify that answer?
Sure.
Yeah,
go
I mean, I'm basing my information completely based on the manufacturers and published literature. Everywhere that I've read about Lispro, Lispro insulin, that's the time range that's given. It's never differed. It's really reliable. We have a lot of diabetic patients that use it, and it's given basically around meal times too. When you eat, you've got to have a response that diabetics don't have, and so it's well timed out to help them respond to the carb load, the glucose load from meals. So everywhere I've read, it's 10 to 15 minutes after injection, peaks at 1 hour, lasts anywhere from 4 to 6 hours. And I was not provided anything in the literature or the insert to say otherwise.
So the literature and your research, etc., doesn't address the volume question and the duration of activity. Is that right? There's no literature or information about that. As far as you know.
I mean, volume is dependent on the dose you need, the units, which is calculated based on a carbohydrate load. And this is going beyond my expertise because I'm not an endocrinologist.
Okay.
But
okay.
I don't know anything further about Lispro than what I stated.
Fair enough.
I'm concerned she comes in as an expert. She says, I'm basing my opinion entirely off what the manufacturer publishes about the
In a kind of summary and conclusion. all of this discussion that you presented here today in your report, does it indicate, as Dr. Kubitschek stated, that the manner and cause of death are undetermined, and his conclusions and findings say that? He doesn't specifically say any actual manner and cause of death. He says they're undetermined. Do you agree with that finding?
Sure.
Based on all of this testimony in your report?
I love it when the expert
My
says
report
sure.
has detailed my thoughts, and as I've spoken to you today, various factors, regardless of what we think might or might not have happened, the body was decomposed, and both examinations, postmortem examinations, did not help narrow all the possibilities. And so given that, a cause of death is undetermined in my opinion, as well as the manner of death. So causes, why did he die? I cannot tell. And once I can't tell that, although there
Can't say
are
it's homicide then.
various reports of circumstances around his death, I cannot be sure to pigeonhole it further, and so it needs to stay undetermined. So that's how I would certify this death.
Would you agree that any other finding, including Dr. Uribe's conclusion of homicide due to exogenous insulin administration, is unsupported and unsubstantiated by all of your research and testimony?
Yes.
Okay, so we have dueling testimony from the experts.
Are your opinions in your report and what you've testified to here today to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes.
And your conclusions, testimony, report, they are in your work as a medico-legal expert and consistent with the standards of your profession?
Yes.
And I believe I've already moved for the admission of Dr. Banerjee's report. If not, I'll do so now.
I think you already have. That's right, Madam Clerk.
Which exhibit is that?
It's 12.
Yeah.
12. It's been entered.
I have the official copy.
Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Okay.
Doctor, you'd agree with me that to make an accurate report and render appropriate opinions, you'd need an accurate history. Isn't that true?
Sure.
Okay. How did you get into this case?
I don't actually remember. I think someone contacted me. I can't tell you. I don't remember who it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when they did contact you, what information were you provided? Just the medical reports that you list there?
There's always, I can just be general because I can't state accurately. So usually when an inquiry comes in for my help, there's some email exchange back and forth. And once I'm officially retained, there's basically saying that I'm going to work on the case that allows me access to the privileged information, such as medical records and investigation. Like no layperson can just ask for that. And so that's where that list of resources that I reviewed was provided to me.
Okay. The actual facts of the case, though, were other than medical records. Where did that come from?
I mean, there's scene photographs. There was potentially some history given to me. I don't recall.
Okay. You don't remember reading any police reports?
I was not given police reports.
You don't remember reviewing any witness statements?
No, I was not given those.
So from what you said about emails, I gather that most of that kind of stuff came from the defense attorneys.
Potentially. My understanding is that a police report was never turned over as discovery. I definitely don't have it in my list.
Okay. You've listed and discussed with us your professional background,
Yes.
your work employment. You were the Rhode Island deputy or assistant medical examiner till 21,
Yes.
August 21. Why'd you leave there?
You want to know? My
Yes.
mom had a massive stroke.
Oh, okay.
So please,
I'm
I'd
sorry.
rather not get upset. Yeah.
No, don't do that. And you started your Anchor, I believe is the name of your company?
Yes.
In 16?
Yes.
But you're still a contract medical examiner for 2 jurisdictions, and then sometimes Vegas as well. Is that
Yep.
right? So Maine, New Hampshire.
It's very sporadic. So like, it's, so we are less than 500 medical examiners board certified in the country. So there's unfortunately many more needs than active bodies. So sometimes we're shared, you help out when you need, when they need, they'll call. But that's variable. I'm also looking to try to get closer to home. My family needs really require that.
Sure.
And that 3-year interval that you're speaking of is when I took care of my disabled mother at home. So I had a 6-year-old, and so the family needs really pulled me away from being on call 24/7, usually once every 2 to 3 weeks a month. So it gets very busy very quickly, including having to give my 3-month-old to my husband to go to a homicide scene. So you can imagine that that's not necessarily conducive to having, also during COVID. Yeah, so, it sort of became too much, and so I decided to step away for personal reasons.
You've indicated you don't know the number of autopsies, and you've done them for years. So
Yes,
that's
yes.
fair. But can you maybe,
Yes.
let's take 2024. Do
Okay.
you know the number you did that year?
I don't, because I was practicing in various areas, but I also do private autopsies. We didn't really get into my full structure of my business as it stands now. So I do this kind of work, which is called expert witness work. I do advise, I interpret autopsies. I do that for lawyers and families. Sometimes they just want to know why their loved one died, and they pay for my expertise. Secondly, I also run a private autopsy business. There's not enough, again, forensic pathologists. Just because you die doesn't mean you get an autopsy. And so autopsies, I would say medical autopsies, the ones that are not done by a medical examiner, office, or coroner, whatever the structure may be, because those offices are very heavily inundated with cases that need the legal
Lots
oversight.
of people dying.
I'm hired by families. I've been getting queries every week for private autopsy, so I do those really frequently. And then I also teach. So it's my time is spent, and it's not like I can predict who's going to call me, who's going to.
But you can't predict. But you
and
can
I don't
track
recall how
what
many
you
I've
did.
done, but I do private autopsies at least 2 to 4 a month.
2 to 4 a month. And then, well, that's why I'm trying to get a handle on how many autopsies you did in 24.
I can give you an accurate answer.
Like 300 or less than that?
Probably less than that.
Pardon?
Less than that, probably.
What?
Yeah.
200?
I don't know. Possibly, because between locums and everything else, yeah.
Okay. You ever heard of an outfit called the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Yes, name.
Okay. And are you a member?
Yes.
Do you know what their accreditation standards require in terms of to be, lack of a better word, current or accredited?
I don't.
Okay.
Watch this.
You've written a bunch of stuff, a bunch of papers.
Yes.
None of them had anything to do with insulin, did they? Unless
No.
you've written some since 23.
No, I have not.
So you've done no research on insulin as a potential murder weapon or cause of death or anything like that?
I mean, I've performed insulin levels at an autopsy level, but from a research standpoint or publishing on it, I have not done that.
Okay. And you've been on TV a lot, and you've done a lot of presentations
Yes.
to national and international organizations. None of those concern insulin either, do you?
No, they do not.
Have you ever been retained in a high-profile case for an insulin investigation?
No,
This is your first one?
correct. As far as I'm aware, they're also exceedingly rare cases, but yes.
Yeah, they are very rare.
Yes.
Based upon what you know, wouldn't it be fair to say insulin is almost the perfect weapon if you wanted to kill somebody? It's
I've
pretty
never
close,
tried,
isn't it?
and I've never thought of it as a murder weapon. I know it can be administered in fatal levels, and that's in the differential that we went through of hypoglycemia. I never said it wasn't in the differential.
But that's what I'm trying to get at with you, and you can help us out here.
Sure.
If you wanted to kill somebody, and
I
you wanted
never wanted to kill anybody.
That's kind of the generic.
Okay, my life work is figuring out what happened.
Go with me here. Go with me here.
But if you wanted to.
Okay.
She's like, I can see that. Yeah.
Very, very difficult to detect for a lot of reasons. For instance, you had mentioned a number of tests that could have been done at Raleigh General Hospital to determine insulin level, and they didn't. And once they start treatment, it's too late, isn't it?
Yes.
So in fairness to the emergency room people, somebody comes in with a blood glucose of 21, the natural reaction would be to raise that up by giving them sugar, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay. But once that happens, no testing is going to help out.
Sure.
And that's what makes insulin such an insidious drug to use. If not you,
That characterization, insulin's used for many, many, many purposes, and the characterization is insidious. I object to it.
Overruled.
Go ahead, doctor.
I'm sorry, can you just restate?
Sure.
There's a little bit of back and forth there.
Sure. If you wanted to kill somebody,
Which I personally do not.
No, which
For
not
the
you.
record,
I
do not.
keep saying you, but
For the record,
please
it wasn't
explain
me.
that it's directed to you. It's kind of the
Generic, okay.
Yeah. It would be a great weapon to use and not get caught with it.
She
I
knows
think
she
you
can't
could
say
use
yes.
it. I'm not qualifying it as a weapon of. Yeah.
All right. If you wanted to kill somebody with insulin, we're not going to use it as a weapon. That would be a very effective way to do it because it's so hard to determine that that's the cause, isn't it?
So from a detection standpoint, if I'm judging it, okay, I'm not talking about the administration and all that.
I give it like 9
yes,
out of 10.
it's quite difficult. It's a large molecule. It can degrade. You have to suspect it. So it can be challenging to detect. Absolutely.
As understatements go, challenging would be a good way to put it.
Okay.
It's very tough to do.
Correct.
Now, are you familiar with the Clarksburg VA cases?
I don't know.
Okay.
This is my one and only foray into West
Got it.
Virginia.
Oh, well, yeah.
And
I
I'm
understand.
not particularly a nature person, so I don't think I'm like out here otherwise.
You're a city girl.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. If I could have defendants 12, please.
The chart's right there.
But that's 10.
Oh, 12 is my report.
It is.
I think she may.
Yeah, I have the formal copy if you need it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me borrow that from you, please, Doctor.
The state's pretty confident here. What are they chasing after? She's like, I'm crossing West Virginia off my bucket list and I'm never coming back. It's a beautiful state. It's a beautiful state.
Let's just go through some of the opinion and supporting facts. And that's what we were talking about earlier.
Sure.
A brief history is that Michael Cochran was 38 years old with possible history of seizure.
Yes.
That's all it is possible. You didn't have anything affirmative in the medical records that said this guy has seizures.
He had a prior episode.
But did they say he had a seizure disorder, or did they just say he has seizures, or we don't know, suspected?
Right. It was one episode, and I don't know that it was worked up further. So I noted the history of, they said possible seizure disorder, I think resulting from that episode that he had. So that's how I stated it.
Is a possible seizure the same thing as a diagnosis of seizures?
No.
Okay. And the same thing with the possible brain mass. That's not the same thing as here's a brain mass.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
I think what they were lending it, and this is directly extracted from the medical records that I reviewed, that they were trying to see if he had a brain mass as a cause of that seizure, adult onset seizure.
And nobody ever found out?
Not that I'm aware of.
Complained of dizziness and basically fainting. Who did he complain to?
I don't recall.
Okay. He later fell to the floor and was unarousable by his wife. Where did that information come from?
Again, this is within all the materials given to me. I couldn't cite a page number or anything like that.
Okay. She, being the defendant, drove him to the ED. That's the emergency department at Raleigh General?
Correct.
Okay. And he had vomited. You list some other things. You don't put in there that his blood glucose was 21 at this point in your report.
It's 2 paragraphs down. If you see it, it's
Right.
not far because it's still within the background.
It is.
Okay, so I don't really get into the labs until later. So it's all with its partners, all the laboratory results I talk about.
Okay. Investigation showed he was taking some unspecified benzodiazepine. Who did the investigation?
I don't know. There was some report of that.
And it was in the form of a positive urine screen, right?
Well, that's there too.
Okay.
Yes, definitely.
But the investigation that showed he was taking some unspecified benzodiazepine, there really wasn't any investigation that you know of, was there?
I can't cite a specific. I don't have the police report either. It was never provided.
Same thing with the anabolic steroids. That's just something somebody reported to somebody else.
Well, yes, and any potential history that is reported by whoever is still important, and that's why I note it. You can't just, you take it at face value.
Okay. You note his longstanding use of pseudoephedrine. Was that Sudafed? Is that?
That's a brand name. In medical school, we're always taught to do the generic, and pseudoephedrine is how it's documented in that West Virginia state report as well.
Okay. But I mean, if that's what he thought he was taking, Sudafed, that would just be a name brand of the stuff you're
So
talking about?
he was prescribed it. I don't know, or it was tracked. So I don't know if that's tracked by a pharmacy. I don't know exactly how the states run, but it had months and months of use documented.
Okay. Back before you started working with dead people, you were doing other doctor stuff, right?
Correct. So I always tell people that I did a year of training to know what it's like to treat living people.
Okay. And had you did a rotation in the ER or ED?
So let me backtrack. So
Go ahead.
my only experience in the ER or ED, we sort of use that interchangeably, is through medical school. My preliminary year that you're referring to, so that means similar to Dr. Halsey, the first year of internal medicine training is what I did at UPenn. So I graduated medical school and did that. I did not have any other emergency room training as a part of that internship. Okay, we would go and get patients. They would get worked up in the ER and then admitted to internal medicine, where I could be their intern, their first doctor, their junior doctor. But I never represent myself to be an ER expert or ER physician.
If one of those patients had presented to you from the ER with a blood glucose of 21, that would have gotten your attention, wouldn't it?
I sure hope so.
Yeah. How come?
Because it's low.
Very low.
Correct, and I'm hoping the ER wouldn't send someone to me up to the floor. I hope they would take care of that. That's, to me, what an emergency room should do.
In your history of this case, were you told that at one point the defendant made the claim that this Michael Cochran hit his head so hard that he chipped a stone countertop?
I don't know that. I just know that when I read through the medical records, there was a documentation of a fall with possible head trauma. He had a CAT scan done, and there was no internal head trauma. As far as I know, there was nothing like a bump or bruise notated in the medical record. That's really what I'm relying on to make my assessment, because obviously histories can vary, as we've discussed, and so I rely more on the medical history and the medical notations made.
had he hit his head hard enough to cause damage to a stone countertop, you'd expect to find something, wouldn't you?
I'm sorry, find something where?
Damage through a CT scan, visible bruising, visible cuts, that kind of stuff?
Right, so I think the method of detection depends on the answer. So whether it's a physical exam, like a bump or a bruise or laceration, yes. Hard falls, as surprising as it is, don't always yield internal injury. So even at autopsy, we see that people who don't catch their falls, they might have a laceration, but they may not have anything internally, and that's why the CAT scan is done. You can have a bump or bruise on the outside. You really need to make sure what's going on the inside. And per my recollection, his CT scan was completely normal.
And from all accounts of both medical and non-medical people, there was no external evidence of trauma.
Not that I saw noted.
Okay. There is a text from the defendant saying that Michael's been asleep since before 9:34 in the morning. There's no evidence after that that he ever regained consciousness. Were you aware of that?
No.
Were you aware that when he allegedly hit his head so hard that he chipped this or broke this countertop, that instead of calling 911, she called 2 construction guys who carried him from the kitchen floor to the couch? Were you aware of that?
No.
Were you aware that she left him lay on the couch until he urinated himself sometime in the afternoon, about 3 or 4 o'clock?
No.
Were you aware that even after that, she didn't take any steps to get him medical care until she showed up at Raleigh General Hospital many hours later?
I don't have a detail of what happened prior. I just know what happened starting at the hospital presentation.
Okay. If this is a mischaracterization, tell me. But it sounds like you're pretty dismissive of the opinions of Drs. Krieger and Uribe.
I mean, Dr. Krieger's really a clinician. And I think as Dr. Dragovich said, she's not really an expert in classifying cause or manner of death. So I am not here to refute. I don't know honestly, I don't remember a lot of her testimony because it was outside the area of my expertise. I think Dr. Uribe has potentially overstepped. I have a different professional opinion, which I also answered with Mr. Selden, that I think it's the cause and manner of death should both be undetermined based on the condition of the body and what can and cannot be collected from the body or what was, excuse me.
And that's strictly based on the 2 autopsies?
No, and the medical records as well.
Well, you had the benefit of the MRI report from CAMC from February 8th of 2019, didn't you?
It's probably in there, yes. I'm assuming that's after his initial presentation. So assuming it's there, I don't have it memorized.
No, I understand that. But it showed that massive brain swelling, basically.
Yeah, oh yes, there was cerebral edema.
Yeah. But you're not willing to say that you think that caused his death?
So I think if we get into it, cerebral edema is significant, but there's many routes that lead to cerebral edema. Drug overdose is one. Hypoglycemia could be one. But I can't just look at medical records to make a cause of death. That's what the autopsy is there for, okay? So we don't practice in a black box. We always consider the circumstances. We consider whatever records we have made available. But the autopsy is the gold standard, okay? That's where I'm looking at the condition of the body, the organs, and the main data that I take to synthesize my cause and manner of death, along with ancillary studies such as toxicology. So I am here as a forensic pathologist to opine on what I think his cause and manner of death is. And I really can't tell you what that is. His body's too decomposed. And in our field, it is acceptable to use undetermined as a cause of death and undetermined as a manner of death.
It is, but it's also the option of the forensic pathologist to state a determination of what they believe the cause and manner of death was.
They're professional opinions.
They are. The defense has kind of tossed this out here that there were these sinister sounding purchases from Mexico. Where's stage 2? Oh, very funny, Miss Smarty Pants. It's not here. It's the FBI report. Or is that? No, I'm sorry. That's
Soundbite?
17, isn't it?
Anybody? Jamie, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Continued support is much appreciated.
70. Dr. Haney, what's been marked for identification, it actually entered into evidence in state 17. Take a quick look at that, please.
I didn't record
Just
that one.
to advise, I've not seen this previously.
I understand.
Oh, okay. It's quite detailed. Yes. What would you like me to
Well,
look
just
at?
the conclusions.
Oh, sorry.
The testing.
Where is this? Results or the interpretation? There's quite, which one?
Yeah, could I have that back?
Oh, sorry, yeah, there's a lot going on.
Give it back.
Take a look at item 3.
Can I just read it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Take time.
Item 3 was a bottle marked in part as, quote, enclomiphene citrate, containing a clear, colorless liquid. It goes on to state it was containing glycerol and
Colorless?
letrozole. Enclomiphene was not identified.
So the mysterious and sinister sounding Mexican purchased drugs were not what they were purported to be.
It was a different one.
Yeah, it was a different one. Not the same thing at all, is
Your
it?
Honor, I'm objecting to this line of questioning. We don't know what these substances were. They weren't actually clarified.
I think we do know.
They weren't
We're tested.
stated. They're just unknown substances.
It's the FBI report. I think it's a known substance. Wouldn't you agree with that, Doctor?
I'm just reading what they reported.
Right. But you have no reason to question the FBI lab results, do you?
I'm taking it at face value.
Okay.
Just to clarify, Your Honor, I'm not objecting to the FBI report. I'm objecting to the so-called Mexican substances, which were never documented. We don't know what they were.
Oh, the state would agree with that. They were never documented.
I understand the objection is overruled. I'll preserve your exception.
This is a text from the defendant. And I call your attention to this part. Mike was so mad this AM about not being able to go today, he had to take 2 of my blood pressure pills. Did you see any evidence from the medical records of a blood pressure pill in the Michael Cochran system?
I'm sorry, let's clarify. In his system, like a postmortem
Do you have
toxicology?
any medical records that say he had taken 2 blood pressure pills?
I don't have any data to support
No.
that. Okay.
You don't.
And no toxicology.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, the defendant affirms that taken 2 of her blood pressure pills. And you don't know, medically, there's no evidence of that one way or the other. Right?
Okay, I'm not sure how this leads back to my cause and manner of death.
We're going to get
Okay.
there. Bear with me. We're right on the doorstep.
Okay.
At 102, this picture goes out, and the defendant says that she checked his blood glucose, and it was 145. Can you read that?
No.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Now you get
Yeah.
to read that. That's my fault.
Okay. And it's a lot hazier on my screen as well, but yes. It's just a listing of some vital signs and a blood glucose of 145.
And that's it. 105, 106, 102.
I have no idea the timestamps cut off.
Well, here's another one to a different person.
Okay, yeah. That says a timestamp of 106.
Okay. Bear that time and that number in mind, please.
Okay.
Did you know that?
No, I did not.
At 6:30, the defendant says blood sugar 115.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes, that's what it says in the text message.
We can either use defendant's 10 or we'll just use the same chart from
Oh,
your...
sure. Okay.
Okay. You were not told about those two blood glucose level measurements until today. Is that right?
Correct.
The very top of your chart, you base your chart on the assumption that an alleged event occurred at approximately 12 o'clock.
Correct.
The alleged event was what?
That's when he fainted and due to possible exogenous insulin administration.
Would the two readings that she claims she got, would that be consistent with a 12 o'clock on a non-diabetic injection?
It could, because I don't know what all is in his system. Obviously, there's some drugs that are not the correct ones, and I have no way of assessing what was in his system. My understanding is he used multiple supplements that are not regulated by the FDA, and I don't know. And so whether they're foreign, domestic, etc., I have no idea what any medication's effects would be on him, his blood glucose, his other vitals, etc.
Well, those are all unknowns, and those are fair points. But we do have a known. When he got to Raleigh General 2 hours later, his blood glucose was 21, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so in theory, it dropped from 115 to 21 in a couple hours.
Okay.
Now, Doctor, you are not expected to be familiar with Raleigh County geography, but I'm going to ask you to assume that this is true. From the defendant's residence on 4H Lake Road to Raleigh General Hospital would be approximately a 30-minute trip. Accept that for the moment, okay? On February 6th of 2019, at 7:30 in the evening, it would be dark, correct?
In this, well, it's February, so right, still winter time, yes, relatively so, yes, I would say. Shorter days.
Now, in your information coming to you was that this defendant drove her husband to the ER.
That's right.
In fact, his best friend drove him to the ER.
Sure.
He was laid out in the back of the SUV, and she was with him. Those are the only three people in the vehicle.
Okay.
It's night. It's 7:30 or so, and by the time they get to Raleigh General Hospital, his blood glucose is 21.
Yes.
Does your chart or does your report in any way negate the possibility that he received one, more than one injection of insulin, or two, when he got it? You don't know.
That chart is solely based on those assumptions as stated. Okay?
Fair
so
enough.
I haven't made other charts based on other scenarios.
Right.
It's all it's that approximation, and anything else would be a chart based on another hypothetical situation.
Based upon your research into Humalog, it would kick in how many minutes? 5 to 25 minutes?
I had 10 to 15, but sure.
10 to 15 minutes?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So that's when the Humalog would be effective.
So what I read, just to restate clearly, is that you administer it 10 to 15 minutes later, it sort of gets into the system and starts acting. It peaks at 1 hour and can last anywhere from 4 to 6 hours.
And the effect of that would be to bring down the blood glucose level, correct?
That's what insulin does, yes.
Doctor, you, on the last portion of your report, you say, I am relying on information you have provided me at the present time. Thus, my opinions are preliminary, may change if other information is offered for me to review. And you reserve the right to change your...
Absolutely.
Since you were not provided with blood glucose readings in the afternoon or the early evening, you were not provided with the circumstances under which the victim or Mr. Cochran got to the hospital, that's all new information to you today, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Are you aware that the defendant is a trained pharmacist?
I was told that, but I don't know her qualifications.
Okay. Are you aware that she held herself out to be a specialist in diabetes?
I did not know that.
Wouldn't you agree with me that someone with that kind of background and training would be well acquainted with the impact of insulin?
I don't have any way to judge that. I assume so. If she has those qualifications, you know, even as a medical student, I was aware of insulin, and I'm sure parents who have, or you know, other people who deal with diabetes know how insulin works, but I haven't judged her on her qualifications or discussed it with her.
Right. But just as kind of a generic matter, somebody that's a pharmacist and an insulin specialist would certainly be well acquainted with insulin and how it affects the human body.
Correct. If those first two statements are true, then the conclusion would be that he or she should know how insulin works.
Right. Doctor, you've been presented with a bunch of new information today. Has any of that caused you to change or alter your opinion?
No, it has not.
Thank you, Doctor.
Redirect Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you. Dr. Banerjee, since the prosecutor has brought it up about other cases, what famous cases have you worked on before?
I don't know what's famous per se, but
well known,
well,
a lot
you
of
get
notoriety, a lot
I
of
mean,
press coverage.
Yeah, it's hard for me to distinguish in the sense that
Everything
some
I do
of
is
them
famous.
I consult on, and some of them I cover as an expert in the media. Personally, I feel very proud. I know I worked on Breonna Taylor's case for the civil suit.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Could you
Breonna
please speak
Taylor.
up a
She
little
was
bit or
she was a
get closer?
shooting victim. So that was an important interpretation. I worked with an attorney on that case.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say more about it, but I cover, so my work as an assistant medical examiner was dealing with deaths within the state of Rhode Island. One of my cases was made into a forensic files that I was interviewed for, and it's also an A&E show. So I don't know if that's famous, but it's been on TV. My specific work on those cases, it was solving actually a very decomposed person solving that murder. So that's one way, I guess you can say, famous. I work on a litany of cases, and it was asked how I was contacted. It's whoever decides to contact me. And then I also do commentary or whatnot, and I'm presented with very, I would say, more known information where I'm not the primary autopsy pathologist. Okay. And then everything in between, right? When I do legal consulting, I'm given privileged information, right? So I say retained, meaning that I'm allowed to work with the attorneys and get medical records or private information and then give my opinion on the case.
Okay. Now the prosecutor went to great lengths to talk about insulin as a perfect murder weapon, unquote.
Definitely his words, not mine. Yes.
I'm going to clarify
Okay.
that. Now, insulin is not a perfect murder weapon because it can be detected when someone's admitted to the hospital, right? There are tests to detect it then, right?
Tests exist, they can be done.
Right. And even after death, post-mortem, there are tests to test for insulin in the tissues, in the fluids, etc., right?
It's possible, yes. The body has to be much more intact, so it'd be soon after death, but it can be done.
Right. If you were told that Michael Cochran's body was not cremated, wouldn't any signs of insulin that you could trace or find out about post-mortem be destroyed by cremation?
I mean, the whole body is destroyed with cremation, so that's
right. And
a very one-directional process, if you will.
Okay. And if someone was trying to hide a murder by insulin, wouldn't it be wise to cremate the body?
No, because that focuses attention on you.
I think that's speculation. I have no opinion on the matter. At this point, I mean, cremation turns the body into ash. It's a high-temperature process.
And you couldn't test that body for anything if it's turned to ash post-mortem.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
DSN, congratulations. I'd like to see that our longtime supporters are starting to get gifted memberships again. That is really cool. Thank you. Missy Russell, member for 1 month.
Now, were you
Thanks
aware
for
in the
having me.
medical
Thank
records
you, Missy.
that Michael Cochran had a seizure event in October 31st of 2018 through about the first week or two of November?
DSN paying it forward there. Thank
I'll
you very
believe the
much.
dates, but I know it was like the year before. That's where that seizure event happened and where this possible brain mass was suggested.
Right. And that's well documented in the records, isn't it?
That was solely extracted from the records. I just used those facts.
Were you aware that Michael Cochran was subsequently referred to a Dr. Melanie Ward, who prescribed for him anti-seizure medication?
I'm not aware.
If that doctor prescribed anti-seizure medication, that would suggest he had seizures, right?
I know he had that seizure. I don't know about subsequent seizures.
DSN, thanks for the super sticker. 1 more month.
And there was talk about
a pink
Michael
courthouse.
Cochran's blood glucose level being 21 when he arrived at the emergency room in the hospital. If that occurred, if his blood glucose level was 21 when he gets to the emergency room, they treat that, don't they? They try and raise the blood glucose level by administering glucagon or dextrose or D50, right?
So I'm not an emergency room provider, but in him, he got a vial of D50, which is high concentration dextrose solution to try to give him a dose of sugar, a high dose of sugar.
And D50 does normally raise the blood glucose levels, right?
Yes, it's supposed to, yes.
Now, perhaps Dr. Dragovich would have better addressed this question, but if someone has a head injury, like is alleged in this matter, fall, hit their head on the counter, pass out, fall to the floor, you don't always have an external sign on the head of any kind of concussion, right? And I'll give you an example. There are many examples of, like, football players who sustain a concussion while playing. There's no external signs of it. And later on, it surfaces that they indeed had a concussion that causes brain problems. You aware of that?
I don't feel comfortable commenting on that. I can talk to you about
Uniforms and
postmortem
mascots.
diagnosis of what I've seen in brains with and without a concussion history. About the clinical presentation of concussion, I don't diagnose concussion. I do watch a lot of football.
And you're a Buffalo Bills fan, right?
No.
No.
I'm a Ravens fan.
Oh, okay.
That's on the record. And so I'm very sad about the Super Bowl. Nonetheless. Sorry.
Sorry.
I was up late watching. But yes, where was I? I don't clinically make any assessment of concussions. If it's noted in the history, just like if a seizure is noted in the history, that would be a significant history. But
I slept at a Holiday Inn
a
last night.
concussion brain, even at autopsy, can look completely normal.
Stephanie,
which is always
welcome to
something
the
that
gallery.
surprised me because
Thank
it
you so
can
much.
be a significant impact leading, that the person sustained previously.
Love the yellow courthouse.
And there can be microscopic signs, again, getting into wider diagnosis and issues. But, nothing is also always present or always absent. So nothing in medicine is 100%.
This is redirect.
Your chart, that, by the way, is still on the viewer.
Oh, it is. Well, partially, yes.
Those numbers are strictly from medical records that you reviewed. Is that right?
So I want to do one thing. So the date, the glucose were extracted data points, okay? I used a time calculator to then calculate the interval. So it's not like the medical records had that time since 12 o'clock. And then I did an interpretation based on the medically available activity of Lispro to say whether it would have been based on that time calculation, whether it would have been in the body. That's exactly how that chart was formed.
Okay. But what I'm getting at is you weren't provided emails, you don't know about statements of other people, blood glucose levels at various times during the day, unless they were documented in the medical records.
Correct. I showed you the sources, and I told you the sources of which I relied on to form my opinion.
A moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Now, Michael Cochran was definitely diagnosed with an enlarged heart, and he had that condition, which is well documented. Isn't that correct?
I think there was suggestion of it in the medical records. It's well documented at autopsy. That's the most important finding.
Okay. Now, wouldn't an enlarged heart on autopsy support the proposition that Michael had high blood pressure?
So it's not necessarily a diagnosis of hypertension, which is what we in lay terms call high blood pressure. I think that is like a genetic disease, which runs in my family as well, and many families, and is a common ailment. However, if you use medicines that relatively raise blood pressure and use them for a long time, they can have the same effect on the heart as having high blood pressure. Does that make sense? It's not high blood pressure in the hypertension diagnosis sense. It's a sequela of using a stimulant like the pseudoephedrine, which is a stimulant, and that acts to tighten the blood vessels, which then would raise your blood pressure. So if you do that long enough, that could cause that enlargement of the heart.
Okay. Now, if someone like Michael Cochran had high blood pressure, but they were attempting to hide it from their doctors.
Wait a minute. This is way out of line.
Sustained.
Okay.
Wait a minute, this is way out of line. I don't know. I know where
You
he's
have
going.
no
Michael wanted to
concept
get his
of
pilot's
the
license.
Geography
And he needed to
in
not
and around
have
Beckley, correct?
No,
health
sir.
concerns.
I walked half a block at lunch. That's about it.
So if the address of Michael and Natalie Cochran were on 4H Lake Road and it's only 7 miles to Raleigh General Hospital, would you accept the prosecutor's proposition that it took 30 minutes to get there? Does that sound reasonable?
I have no way to say
Okay.
one way or the other.
All right. I don't have anything else, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions, Mr. Truman?
The defense brought up about Dr. Dragovich, and the two of you seem to be a little bit apart
Dre.
on this. He indicated that cancerous tumors are tougher, for lack of a better word. You were here. You heard what he said.
Yes, yes.
There was never a finding of a pancreatic tumor, was there?
So let me break that down in 2 parts.
Or just
One
answer the
is
question.
there in the medical records, there was no documentation, okay? In the autopsy, you could see by the condition of the body that even at the first autopsy that I'm saying, the pancreas does something called autolysis. It eats itself due to the enzymes. And even with which is sort of like dissolving it with acid, if you will, right? It like sort of disintegrates. And so even a tougher tumor, which I don't know that information, he offered that, but now to comment on that, it would still be susceptible to complete degradation by the time the first autopsy was done.
I guess the answer to my question is no. There was never a pancreatic tumor found in Michael Cochran.
So I can't agree to that because
There was one found?
please let me explain.
Sure.
Okay, that's what I'm here to do. One is in the medical records there wasn't. Okay, I think a decomposed body, you cannot conclude whether one was or was not there. That is a limitation. So right, it is handicapped. So I cannot accurately say if the organ's not there or so in poor shape to evaluate, I'm limited by that to say whether a tumor had been there.
That's not what I'm asking. The question is, there was no tumor found in his pancreas, was it? Not
By who?
Kubitschek.
Dr. Kubitschek did not find one.
Okay. Do forensic pathologists rely solely on what they find in the dead body?
No.
They
So
don't.
if I can explain that,
Sure.
yeah, that we don't practice in a black box, okay? But I think
Somebody's going to need to get some gloves
again,
for
the
these two.
autopsy is a gold standard. That is the collection of data. That's collecting as much evidence, and we have a unique perspective, right? No one else is doing the dissection or collecting that data, like where Dr. Krieger is not qualified to comment on cause and manner of death. With that being said, you still take the investigation into, or the circumstances surrounding death into play. But there are so many unknowns here that undetermined cause and manner are appropriate.
Right. Would an enlarged heart in and of itself cause hypoglycemia?
No, but if he has an arrhythmia and then starts getting dysregulated, he could have hypoglycemia.
And that would just happen within minutes, hours?
I couldn't say.
Okay. And Would an enlarged heart cause a blood glucose level of 21?
Again, it's not a direct cause. If he becomes dysregulated, if his body's shutting down, that could happen.
And that would take how long?
I don't know. We're all different.
Okay. Doctor, thank you. That's all the questions the state has.
Are we done?
Anything, Mr. Selden?
Very shortly. Doctor, the pancreas, which is responsible for insulin production in the body, is an internal organ of the body, right?
Right, one of the major organs
Okay.
that I look at every case. Yes, we all have one.
And isn't it true when the body begins to decompose after death,
yes,
that the internal organs, like the pancreas, are the first to decompose?
So,
as opposed to the skin,
okay.
the hair, the bones.
So everything starts decomposing. Some at different, like faster rates than others. I mean, if we look at everything at the microscopic level, once the person is deceased, not getting oxygen, everything is disintegrating. We're no longer living. We're not getting the nourishment. Okay, but I would say the GI tract, meaning the tube, the stomach, your esophagus, stomach, pancreas, etc., gallbladder, those are very sensitive organs full of enzymes and bacteria that normally live there and are contained, but upon death are released or penetrate through to first decompose these structures, and they're very susceptible to decomposition.
Okay. And after a body has been decomposing after death, and it's 7 months before an autopsy is done, you could not tell whether there were microscopic pancreatic tumors because of the state of decomposition. Isn't that true?
This was a moderate state of decomposition with insect activity, which would limit analysis of all organs, especially the pancreas.
No further questions.
All right.
Anything, Mr. Truman?
That's from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You may step down. You are excused. Come up, please.
See if we're doing a little scheduling conference really quickly. Need V90s. All right. She's good at talking. She did a good job. I think, I'm not sure if they've introduced enough doubt. Do you have any more witnesses? What happens next? Hey, Mrs. R.A., how are you doing?
Hey, I gotta take someone to work, so there's dinner so we can get him to work on time.
You made me, looks like chicken Alfredo with salad.
I just want to point out, I was going to make that even before Thomas said he was making it.
She said I was going to make this even before Thomas said he was making it, which is funny. Oh, it's the chicken.
Members of the jury, we've gone a little bit late today. We wanted to get that witness in, certainly, and this is a good stopping point. I have to deal with the attorneys concerning some legal matters that would be boring to you folks, and so I will deal with them in the morning. Rather than have you sitting in your jury room and wasting time cooling your heels, I'm going to ask you to come in at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Ooh,
I hate to vary the time because when doctors change my appointments, I usually screw up and don't go in at the right time. But this will give you some additional time to sleep in a little bit and to rest up a little bit. And don't come in at 9, but be sure to come in at 10 o'clock. Are we straight on that? And again, the reason for that is I will be here at 9 o'clock. The attorneys and the defendant will be here at 9 o'clock, and we're going to work on some things and streamline the proceedings for you. Please do not talk to anyone about the case. Do not talk to yourselves, each other, about the case.
Do not talk to yourselves.
We are fully invested here. We are winding down on matters.
I love it.
And we simply don't want any trouble. We don't want any problems at this juncture. So do not read anything in the newspaper. Do not watch anything on the news. Do not do any research. Do not see anything online, so that when it comes down to deliberate on this case, you will have an open mind and you won't be influenced by other people. All right. Thank you very much. You may follow the bailiff to your jury room, and I'll see you at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Please don't talk. Sometimes myself is the only person who will listen. We doing anything tonight, Judge? It's 4:30. We've got a little bit of time.
All right. I have to clear the courtroom again briefly, as I did before, so that I can advise the defendant further concerning her right to testify, the so-called Newman procedure. And so I'll ask everyone to step out, and you can come back if you wish, although we are very close to the close of the day.
What's she talking with her son about? Interesting. So we're done. Did he say he was going to invite us back if we wish? I wasn't listening. We're very close to the end of the day. I might have to sit here and wait. Okay. Josh, I'm about ready to pull the trigger on some equipment, and I ran into a snag that I had not foreseen. She made a heart sign with her hands. Thought she was pointing at rings or something. We'll have an outro here in a little bit, Vix. A little bit. So this Newman proceeding, I guess he held it once or did part of it last week. He has to talk to the witness and make sure she's making a knowledgeable and informed decision on whether or not to testify. That this is one of your rights, and you have two rights, and they compete. You can't exercise both of them. One is that you have the right not to testify in your own trial. You have the right to remain silent. And the other is that you have the right to testify. And there comes a point where you have to make the decision. And you might have the best lawyer in the world, but they still can't make the decision for you. It still has to be you. So the judge has to do a little colloquy where they talk back and forth and discuss the rights, what they are, and whether or not she has an understanding of what those rights are, and what would happen if she does, and what would happen if she doesn't. And once that is complete, then he will ask her if she's made a decision. They oftentimes can delay the decision. They, meaning the defendant, can delay the decision until the very moment where it's either now or never. And that's often, we've seen that a couple times. But yeah, so decide if you want to testify or not. Your lawyer can consult, can advise you, but cannot make the decision for you. And if you want to testify and your lawyer says don't, you get to testify, and your lawyer will probably ask that you can testify in the narrative or something. So, all right. We've heard rumors that she wants to testify, and apparently she testified in the federal fraud trial, which didn't go her way because she's serving 11 years on that one. So maybe she should learn a lesson and say no, don't testify. Amber, is it about time to end this poll? Should we wrap it up tonight and have the button guessing be over. Lawyer, I thought, mentioned it. I thought he said you may hear from her. She's a gambler. Well, she's betting the farm on this one. Yes on the button verdict. Everyone's dying to know who's... I don't know who's winning right now. I have to look back to my text to Amber to see how many buttons I have. All right, I found the answer again. If it is a switch or a button that can be manipulated to make a change electronically, then it counts. Snags are never good, but check mod chat in the meantime. Okay, let me take a peek. Okay, let's do this. Let's pause where we are right now because nothing's happening, right? We might get some audio here in a minute, but we're going to jump and see if we can listen to what Josh sent me. Hey Josh, I'm gonna hold off on that one. I'm having some issues with that, so it's not working the way I was hoping. So we're still on hold for that. I think the stream froze. I'm still here. Did it freeze for you? What say you about the buttons? Let's look. Okay, so here's the last warning. I know there are going to be people who are like, "Oh, I didn't have time. I just heard. I just came in." This has been going on for a couple days now, days and days. So if you've not made your guess by now, it's on your own. It's your own fault. It's like the guy who thought he owns the road. I shouldn't say this.
Shame on you, sir.
Of the jury that the defendant has now elected not to testify in her own behalf. I further understand from our conversations at the bench that the defense will rest. I'm not trying to pin down the state at all, and you don't have to tell me at this juncture, but do you believe, Mr. Truman, that there will be a case in rebuttal on behalf of the state?
Your Honor, I think we'll call one rebuttal witness.
I would guess
one rebuttal witness.
Between the state, well, it depends on who does the cross for the defense, but did that witness total time, I would not think would exceed 45 minutes to an hour. But
All right,
I'm not
so
sure.
fairly lengthy.
Well, that would be, trying to project the most time I can think. Yeah, it probably shouldn't take that long, but I don't know.
Okay. And depending on what happens tomorrow in terms of the state's case in rebuttal, the defense may have additional witnesses to call.
Sir rebuttal? It's like, who are you going to call? Who are you going to call? Mr. Victor's like, seriously, you're gonna rebut my witnesses?
And Judge, I'll told the defense, the state never really had the opportunity to interview the two children that testified, who are now an adult and a near adult. So we were going to have Investigator Heinzman testify in rebuttal to things that they said.
Okay. All right. I want to get a leg up on the process, so I'll need for you all to come in at 9 o'clock so we can talk about instructions. I need for you all to review the charge that I have sent to everybody. I hope everybody has received it. There are two things missing, obviously. When we prepared the charge, we thought that the defendant would testify based upon her earlier inclination, and so I did not have an instruction to advise the jury about her right not to testify. And further, I noticed this morning that I don't have an instruction concerning expert witnesses. And the reason I don't is because I took this charge from the last case that I did, and we didn't have any experts. And so I took it out of the charge, and I'll put it back in. That's the way judges operate. So I will add those, and I will expect to have a fresh set of a charge for you in the morning. And what I have done is simply to include all the state's instructions and all the defense instructions. I've mixed them up a little bit, and there were a couple of them that I changed around, and I put her instead of him, and I did some other things to tailor the instructions for our particular case. But basically, if you go through it, you'll see that your submissions are all contained within the body of the charge. We will argue them in the morning, and some we may kick out, and we may leave it as is, but we will go through it page by page or instruction by instruction and see what we have. Okay? Is that a plan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any questions from the state?
What do you mean by this question?
Anything from the defense?
Are those revised instructions ready, Your Honor, right now, or will you have those?
I have them, but we haven't incorporated them in the charge, and that's what my trusty law clerk and I are going to do right now. We're going to hopefully put them in pretty quickly and get them set
so
forth.
we'll have them. You'll
have them in the morning. If you want me to, I'll have her send them to you tonight when we finish.
That would be good.
Okay. When we conclude it, we'll send them to you so that you'll...
And if they don't get done based upon what the court's given us, I don't know that it's going to add a lot of time.
Okay.
Either way.
And I need somebody to do a verdict form. I think, Mr. Truman, yours was fine, but I noticed that the defense included an instruction on negligent homicide, and so if that it flies, we'll need a verdict form that reflects that possibility.
That's nearly a gimme.
Okay.
Negligent
Anything else
homicide's
before
almost
we
a
close
gimme.
out the day?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
And defense
Honor,
included
thank
that?
Court is adjourned.
That's crazy. Okay, couple things. She changed her mind. First and foremost, look at that. Doesn't that memory card look huge? Well, first of all, it's huge. I need some more of those, but I think I'm gonna order 4 of them. So she changed her mind about testifying. She was going to on Thursday. Now she's had a chance to think about it, and she says, "No, I'm not going to." Her kids did testify, including the one that was underage. Yet she won't. That's interesting. That's an interesting tactic. The rebuttal witness we have coming in is a detective to rebut the kid's testimony, which is going to be huge. And the defense is basically going to arrest tomorrow. We should have closings tomorrow. That memory card won't fit into anything of that size. I zoomed in to see it. I need to see the fine print on it to see what how fast the transfer is. 200 megabytes per second will be enough. Maybe I could get I could get the smaller one, 128 instead of the 256. Don't know. I'll think it over. Negligent homicide. The defense included in their proposed jury instructions an option, a verdict that the jury could find that she's guilty of negligent homicide. She left him on the couch. She left him on the floor. She didn't call 911. She knew that there was a problem. She knew he was having health problems and did nothing about it. That is just about a gimme. I'm surprised they would be the ones who would say that. If anything, I would have expected the defense to say it's all or nothing. Okay? We want no lesser included. It's either you get me for murder or I'm free. Well, not free because she's still doing 11 years for fraud, but here they're looking for a lesser. Check the text message. I will take a look. Let's see. Got a lot of messages. I'm sorry. Okay. I've got one that says Gru. I think that was you. All right. I'm going to see, I've got a couple of people who texted me their button guess. Let me just tell you, all of you were wrong that texted me, and not closer than the other people who did. So, and also you can't text the things in those can't count. So, cool stories coming. All right. Let's do the button thing, Amber. Do you want to call in? Do you want to be on the phone for this, Amber, or are you busy? Amber's put in a ton of work on this one. Jenny, I'm not sure what the penalty is, the range of penalties is for negligent homicide in, here, let me switch so you can hear it. Sorry, I'm not sure what the penalty would be in West Virginia. I'd have to look that up. Okay, Amber, you may call in if you would like, and we'll do this button contest. Motion for verdict music for the winner announcements. We can do that. All right, I found it. Just waiting on Amber. I don't have COG put in yet. I need to work on that maybe tonight. Pharmacist knows drug effects, not a medical insulin overdose, not proven. Amber.
What's up?
Do you want to have an end to this nightmare? Are you? I mean, excuse me. Did I say that wrong? Would you like this contest to end?
Entirely up to you.
Okay. I haven't been watching the latest and greatest, and I don't even know who the winner is yet. The rule is the person who's closest, doesn't matter if you're high or low, but the person who's closest would be the winner, or the person who guessed it right on the button. And I don't think anyone guessed it on the button.
Nope.
So while you pull up the form, I'm going to play a little bit of music.
In front of the Walmart.
I'm going to play some music in front of the Walmart. All right, we've teased this contest for many months, almost a year. How many buttons do we have in the studio? Today you're going to find out. I have spared no expense, spared no effort. Gone around the entire room, crawled on my hands and knees, looked under the desk. Look, I've done everything you could possibly expect anyone to do. And I've counted every single button in my studio. And today you're going to find out how many that is. You guys each had up to three guesses. Some of you chose to only enter once. That's fine. You know, you're confident in your answer. I like that. Up to three guesses, and now Amber is sifting through the maze, the mess, the jumble of guesses. I guess the same thing 3 times, so greeners. Say the correct answer, please. I will. Amber, here we go. All right. So, can you, without saying the number first, can you tell me who won the contest?
Drum roll.
This is the drum roll. This is all I can do for drum roll. Okay.
You want the name, right?
I want the name.
Okay. Bob Roberts.
Bob Roberts has won the contest. Now tell us, what was his winning guess?
His winning guess was 1,155 buttons.
And how many buttons do I have in my studio?
1154.
He was over by one. Bob Roberts, congratulations. We're going to reach out to you by email as well in case you don't happen to be here right now. But amazing. I want to know how you figured it out. And where you counted the extra button. I think I've shown you everything. I have a spreadsheet that has every device, everything that has buttons, from my iMac, from the laptops. I turned the laptops over. I counted everything. The Stream Deck, the two switchers, the 3 switchers, the Hyperdeck, the Rodecaster Pro, 4 keyboards, number of remotes. Everything was counted. So, not bad. Now I have can I have a little humble brag there? You ready? I know what every single one of them does. They're like, I don't know, maybe 40 of them that I don't use. But
my son thinks it's funny too.
That's awesome. Anyway, Amber, thank you very much. Who was second? Second place was...
I don't know. I didn't look that far.
Second place was... I think that was the guess we had initially. Was it actually in the first round of balloting that we got that one? Let me go back. I'm scrolling back. Let's see. Second place was 1157, and that was Jay Reno. 1157. So, good job. I hope that next time we have this contest, the number's much bigger, because buttons are better.
I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed some of the responses that came through. Some of them were quite comical.
What were some of your favorites?
Oh gosh, I don't have the list pulled up anymore.
Let me pull it up.
One was 8675309,
which is a good guess. Good guess.
Another was 8, counting all the kids' belly buttons and Mr. and Mrs. R.A.'s belly button. And then there was one that said the number always changes, so it should be infinite or something like that.
That's a good guess as well.
Were really funny.
It's not letting me open this see, I can see it in the email, but I can't open it in Sheets. Let's see. I'm just scrolling through. The low guess was in the double digits, I believe. Only one. Oh, let's see. This one says only one. Something about only one. I can't read it. Something about only one. I think Mrs. R.A. knows how to push it or something like that. 42, also a good answer. The high guess was around, well, infinity, I think, was one of them. There were a couple that were in the millions. Let's see. So good guesses all around. What a contest. Total number of entries, if I get down to the bottom, 601. 601 of you guessed. So congratulations. I have addiction with buttons. And what the buttons do is what I'm super excited. There's actually a new thing we're looking at that will help me be able to bring you footage live from a courtroom where we send somebody out there, but they won't have to have all the equipment that I have. It'll make it easier to have them go live from a courtroom. So I'll be doing some testing on that here soon, and I'm stoked. I'm so excited about that. Anyway, there obviously wasn't a curve in grading. Is Bob here? Do we see Bob? Well, I'll reach out. You sent me his email. Thank you. But, yeah. You were close, Wogger. You were very close. All right, Amber, thank you very much. Appreciate your help. I have the hiccups now for some reason.
Not a problem. I'm now before my toddler decides to start screaming.
All right, we'll see you. Thank you. All right, bye. All right. There's the hiccups. I can't stop. I would drink water, but I'd have a hiccup in the middle and spew it all over my desk. There's another one. It's terrible. Guys, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning. It's a 10 o'clock start. We'll be going by about 9:30. At least half an hour before the live stream. These hiccups are terrible. Hold your breath. I can do that, but I'll pass out. Spoonful of sugar, that works. Drink water upside down while plugging your nose. I've heard that works as well.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
You're welcome. Have someone scare me? I'd probably just pee my pants. All right.
Shame on us.
I've got a few things to work on. You guys are amazing. We'll see you in the morning. Be good to each other. Have fun. Bye.
Saw a chicken fight